Chat, I put some iced tea in the freezer, don't let me forget about it. Oh, I need to start this. So, before I just hop into No Miss Challenge, well, first things first, I need to change my title. Okay, we are obviously playing this as Baby. There's no way I'm playing as anybody else. So what do I need to practice here? Wonder Maze I should probably play normally. I haven't actually played Switch and Go Intended in a long time. So funny, playing this after playing Battle Mode. I forget how smooth it is. Turns out this game's really good. Switch and jump I should definitely play normally. Might be silly. Wow, that was a big sneeze. It really snuck up on me. Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I'm not really worried about any of these. As much as I hate Straw, I need to play it intended. But I also need to practice it because it takes it's really easy to go too fast and just die, so definitely need to practice it. the first time... Oh, I got all bananas. Oh, wow. Huh. My first time getting the golden banana there, but apparently I got all of the bananas. I didn't even mean to do that. I suppose that's another thing I could do today, is try to get some of the missions done. There's so much content in this game. That's easy. I think if I just take my time on some of these, they're going to be really easy. Easy. Getting way behind in the stream, damn. So I'm thinking I might be better off playing Seesaw Floor normally. The skip is so risky, and like this far into no miss challenge, that would suck to die too. Really just the first part of the skip. I can probably do it from here just fine. Yeah, that should be fine. I should probably play Stepping Stones, save. I can still do this part. I think after that I should probably play it safe. Yeah, that's easy. Archbridges is actually worth practicing. This is genuinely a difficult level. Intended or with skip, it is genuinely very hard. think Archbridges is actually one of the hardest stages in World Tour. I legitimately do not remember the intended strat on square panels, so... Moves to the right? Oh. Oh! Does all this. Kinda sucks. I see. Wow, that level's... interesting. Oh, Broken Square actually has a big risk of failure if I do the speedrun strat. Okay, I can kind of use the bananas as a guide on the longer sections. Okay, that's not hard. Geometric pattern, I'm definitely worried about. Nine. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Pretty safe. I don't need to go for that last one. I'd be able to just do... Oh, I can just do that. Okay. Egg. I can just stop here. Yeah. This way, and then from there it's pretty easy. Oh. So if I really wanted like a guaranteed way to do that, then that'll work fine. It is still scary, a little bit. Okay, 9. 15 panels. I used to have like a pretty safe way to play this. It would be nice to, yeah, skip that one. did not do Deadlines quiz yet. I want to do that after this, I think. I totally should do that on stream. That was scary. Okay, yeah, I feel pretty confident in that. Anything else in World 10? Oh, Wind and Sun. Uh-oh. I don't have a non-speedrun strat for this level. What? Oh, do I have to do this? Oh, that's weird. Which is weird. Okay. Probably wait for that cycle. Strat anyway. This level's gonna be scary. Most of World 10 is gonna be scary. Oh. Alright, I'm not gonna practice any of the EX stages. I'll worry about those later. And all of these are... Broken Cylinder I should actually look at. Everything else I'm probably doing the speedrun strat. I'll do that skip. I think I don't want Camlock here. Definitely no Camlock. Cool. Okay. No miss challenge. What are the rankings like? If I beat all of World Tour, then I get top 5. Do I have any eggs left to hatch here? Yeah, I have a couple. Alright, let's do it. Probably will be playing, like, really safe on a lot of things. I almost died already. That would have been really funny. Yeah, it was Satan. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Don't know me, I'm Helix. Say she pronouns. I speedrun this game, but right now I'm doing the no miss challenge, which is basically a built-in, like, deathless attempt. Like, the game ends when I die, basically. I think I hashed all of my eggs. Yeah. I'm gonna give you the Spinach tutorial on the no miss challenge, yeah, which is funny. Let me deal with some Pokemon stuff. Those who are new here, I tend to hatch shinies while streaming. Or hatch Pokemon while shiny hunting. Masuda method. It's just a nice thing that can mostly be automatic during like speedruns and such. And there's enough downtime between levels that I can kind of manage it if I have to. Or like when I have to, I suppose. But this isn't really a speedrun, so I don't have to worry about going fast. You know, I shouldn't have done it. I thought about not doing it, and I shouldn't have done it. Because I overthought it. Nah, screw that. I'm just gonna play it fast during World 1. It's World 1, whatever. If I play too safe, I'll start overthinking a bunch of stuff. Definitely not gonna try that skip in the run. Skip on 180, it's just far too inconsistent. I refuse to play, to play that intended. I'm already playing draw intended. That stage is just straw light. This is not as far into me as I thought it was. Play this intended. It is simply not free. This I should probably also play intended. This is weird, I haven't played this game like this since I first got it, basically. Yeah, well. I guess that's what I got. It's weird how much harder speedrun strats become when you're not in the speedrun mindset. Like, I feel like maybe I should just be going through a bunch of stuff. When it gets in your head? Yeah, I had a feeling it would. I think for like most of the first two worlds, I just need to play like I'm speedrunning. Like, not this level, and not like a couple other things. Maybe do a couple safe straps. Like, I could probably take everything ultra safe, but that would just take so long and I would get so bored. That's not how I play this game. That's definitely one I need to actually play. Skip there is not reasonable. Deal with the stage, unfortunately. I did not want to play Alpha again. No, thank you. This one maybe I'll entertain playing all of, at least once. And then this, I definitely should not be doing the skip on. Hmm. I really should have played that intended, but I didn't want to. Instead, I almost bungled the strat, but saved it. I don't trust the ending to the stage. Gotta play it safe. It killed me a lot in runs. On the leaderboard now? Wow. Through World 3. Now for the really annoying one. Take this really slow, I should be fine. Well, took forever, but yeah. Other stage that I need to take slowly. No harm in going for the strat here. Yeah, like, if I miss it like that, then I just do the strat. They're just so big, there's no risk of falling. What? Have to be rather careful on this one. Not much of a risk on that, of dying on that one either. 40 stages. Didn't go for it, huh? I don't think I've played this intended since the day the game came out. Okay. I've not played this intended in a long time either. Nah. This is not the first attempt, but the first two attempts both died in the first two worlds. So I got greedy. I junked it. Oh my god, a 459 on this is absurd. That's very good. Yeah, manhole! It'd be really funny if I died to manhole. Okay, I am actually doing safe manhole strats because I have died to the ending before. It would be funny, but it would also be really embarrassing. Alright, this is the first stage in a while that I'm actually, like, slightly worried about. Oh. Of course it almost betrays me. If you donate and I don't notice, please let me know, by the way. I do need to add that time to the timer manually. Pretty sure my alerts are working, so it should be fine, but, yeah, okay. This is another stage that I'm actually kind of worried about. It's not very good at it. Yeah. I was right to be worried. If you land ever so slightly wrong, you just die. We'll see how many people I beat. I don't know if I want to do this again, I'm not gonna lie. That was boring. That was really boring. I'm surprised I beat that many people. Oh, that was really boring. Look how much faster I am compared to everyone else, though. And I didn't even play that quickly. Okay, oh, that's boring. I want to do Deadline's, Oracle quiz. Or try to guess, try to guess all the stages in the game. I'm gonna be really bad at this, because I do not know stage names in this game. But I think it would be funny to try. Oh, what layout do I want to use for this? I think I could just use this one, probably. Where is this? There it is. Okay. Oh, thanks, Deadline. Yeah, I already just brought it up. I need to now add... Let me studio mode this. Add a window capture. No, certainly don't add that window capture. You should not be capturing that one. Glad I went to studio mode for this. This one. Okay. Let me make this look a bit nicer. That should look okay. Alright, 25 minutes to name as many of these as I can. This is gonna be very, very bad. I'm gonna turn off my monitor. Just so that I can't cheat. Okay. Play quiz. I literally don't know what the first one is called. I literally don't know what the first stage is called. I know there's a bumpy in there. There's Conveyor Avenue. Is it Conveyor spelled wrong? That's really funny that it's Conveyor spelled wrong. Wait, refresh. You think you made a mistake? Oh. Okay. Let me know when. Oh, actually, I gotta go grab my iced tea that's in the freezer. I'll be right back. It had like just started to freeze. I'm good. Do I need to refresh or not? Refresh, yes? Okay. Okay. The Bumpy. Bayer Avenue. There's like Bush Bar Road and Bush Bar Street. Floating panels. Rooms. I can probably do a lot of World 6. Long, half pipe. Where even is World 6 over here? What is it? Jump and build? Yeah, okay. What else is in World 6? Elevator maze. Aerial floor. Rising pillars. What's between floating panels and rising pillars? I'm drawing a complete blank. Yeah, the other thing is I don't know this run well enough yet to be able to picture all the worlds, all the stages in order in my head. Unfortunately. What does World 6 start with? I know Elevator Maze is second. There's, like, the one with the bouncing balls, but I don't know... That's not just called bouncing balls, that'd be funny, though. Not called balls. It's bouncy ball singular. Really? There are more of them than that. I don't know. There's more than one. I don't know what 6-8 is. I don't remember. Oh, it's symbols. I got all of World 6. I think I can do most of World 10 as well. Made of ring, broken. Cylinder, should do Neo broken. Cylinder while it's on my mind. And Sun. Crazy Coaster. Wait. What? Is it not called Crazy Coaster? I don't know what it's called then. Knittering. Oh. Okay. 10-1 is geometric pattern. There's like a cosmic curves or something. Oh, okay, that's the stage. I don't know where that is. Oh, that's an EX. Interesting. Sure, I'll take it. Bumper Barrage is an EX. Not just a stage called Bumpers. Oh, that's in World 2. Okay, that makes sense. They're like a conveyor path. There's some conveyor stage that's that shows up twice. I don't remember what it's called. It's conveyor something. We'll do first slope. It's funny how little of these I know, actually. I legitimately do not remember most of these. Sliding panels? Sliding panels? Okay, well, that's in 9EX. Okay. Yeah, your girl doesn't know any of these. This is really funny. I mean, obviously I know Glitch Adventure. But loading panels is what I'm thinking of. That's not a stage name? What am I misremembering then? Oh, no, I already named floating panels, because that was in World 6. I didn't know just how much I get these stage names confused until just now. I had really not ever thought about that before. There's Mad Dash, Draw, Back Down. Think of the most annoying levels. I still don't remember half their names, is the thing. Because the names aren't on screen in this game, which is why. If they were on screen, I would know probably most of these by now. But they're not on screen. Anyway. World 2. World 2 has, like, so little I can actually name. I can't tell you the names of most of these. Oh. 3... I can picture a lot of them, but I can't put names to them. Like, I can picture so much in World 3, but I can't name any of it. Which is really funny, actually. One that's like switch and go, right? Yeah, there it is. One for his Mad Dash, Straw, Step Down. I think there's one that's called, like, Secret Garden? No. Sacred Garden? No idea. There's a stage name in there that doesn't make any sense. I thought I had garden in it, and I might be wrong. Oh, it might be Sand Garden? It's Sand Garden. That makes even less sense. Okay, whatever. Sand Garden. Can't forget about Manhole. Thinking of Olive Garden. What was in World 5? 5-10 was something I specifically practiced, and I... Lateral Waves? There it is. That's what it's called. I don't know what the pyramid level is called. I have never known what the pyramid level is called. I keep wanting to call it Pyramid of Pain, but that's a rolled out level. I got push bar. Falls on seesaws. That one's easy. Why is World 6 the one I remember all of? Binary Matrix. Oh, really? There's one just called Seesaw? That's hilarious. Monkey Ball 2 name. Speaking of Monkey Ball 2 names, Stepping Stones. Maybe I can remember some stuff in World 8. This is World 9, but there's Broken Square. And Spiral Zone. Ladder. Bar Graph. There's Seesaw Jump in World 8. My brain almost said back and forth, but I think that's another, another rolled out level. If I put in Twin Towers, is it gonna give it to me? No, okay. There is a stage in this game that used to be called Twin Towers, and then they realized that they probably shouldn't do that, and so they changed it. I don't know what they changed it to. Okay, drawing a blank again. Think back about World 8, Holy Road. Yeah. Seesaw Jump, I can picture what 8-4 is, but I can't tell you the name of it. If Arch Bridges, we have... Not Diving Road. Is it... Fighting Road? Fighting Road. Tilt Path? What? Is it not called Tilt Path? Okay. Maybe it's not called Tilt Path. Tilt something or other. Tilting? No. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I can picture these levels, but I can't name any of them. This is really funny, actually. Yeah, what about... Not one called Square Panels. Okay, it's called Square Panels. Cool. What's 9-1? I can't even picture 9-1. It just must be not... Oh, I can picture it. Now I remember. I don't remember what it's called, but I remember what it is. Called Rolling Gear? It is. I'm surprised I remembered that. And then there's Sundial. I'm only missing 2 in World 9. I don't think I'm gonna get them though. I don't remember what's after Switch Adventure. I don't even remember the level. I really should know more of World 3, because I have spent a lot of time playing World 3, and World 4 for that matter. World 4 has Rush Hour. There are rolling balls in there. There is.
I can't believe I've been subbed to an amazing transgender streamer for 37 months, which is nice. LMFAO, happy holidays.
Thanks, Hidachi. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, that's a long time. Hi. What's the first? Is it like Floating Island? I don't remember what the first level is called. I really should. I should know what it's called, and I don't. I'm surprised I don't know what 10-10 is called. I thought I did. I thought it was Crazy Coaster. I guess it's not. And then I remember so few of the EX stages. I have world records on some of these levels that I don't know the names of, which I think is really funny. One of them is like Eastern Gates. I think that's the one I have a record on. The Tilt Switch? It's Tilt Switch, not Tilt Path. Okay. And I think there's like Tilt Switch Hard or something. That's not an open parenthesis. Yes, there is. Okay. Oh, there's infamously home delivery. Been here 15 minutes and I've only named 54. It's actually more than I thought I would get. I'm really interested to see what the average is here. can picture a lot of worlds. Oh, 2 layers. It's literally just called 2 layers. This 7-1. 7-2 is binary matrix. There's gotta go fast. No, it's gotta roll fast. That's in there. Oh shoot. Whipped cream, I think, is the name of the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. The one with the hold up setup. There's an EX stage I'm thinking of. It's not just called, like, sliding bars, is it? It's called sliding bars. That was kind of a guess. That's crazy. I can't believe I got that, actually. Some of these levels have, like, really cool names that I probably should remember, but I don't. I'm trying to think of EX levels, and I got nothing. I really should, like, the first 3 worlds you would think I would know more of, and I just kind of don't. Which is really funny to me. I guess it just speaks to how much I'm autopiloting when I play them nowadays. Grandfather Clock is one of them. Yeah, okay. My head rings. I mean, kind of. Farm Frenzy. Deadline, you didn't include the race courses. Some of y'all are just, like, screaming things. Thank you for not backseating, any of you, by the way. Some of y'all are just, like, screaming things in your heads. Very obvious ones that I'm just not getting for some reason. Like 1-1. I referenced that one by name earlier. That one should not have taken me that long to remember. Why can't I remember any of World 2? I mean, World 2 is kind of uneventful, but still. I'm gonna see all the ones I missed after this, and I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna feel really, really stupid. I'm always like this, though. Like, whenever I try to just recall things from memory, my mind always goes blank. I'm always like this. Can I think of simple words? Yeah. I'm also just trying to remember stages, and I can't. I don't know this game well enough to go through the whole run in my head yet, like I can with Monkey Ball 1 and Monkey Ball 2. I'm gonna take those quizzes after this, Monkey Ball 1 and 2. I got nothing for World 1. World 2 starts with bumpers. There's this conveyor level. It's named twice. I don't know what it is. It would give me 2 points. I already tried conveyor path. Conveyor avenue? Is it like conveyor road? Not conveyor road. Conveyor street? I also don't know how conveyor is spelled because the game likes to spell it incorrectly. They did that in Monkey Ball 2 as well. No, I already got sliding bars. I can't remember the stage. I can't remember 10-3. I can't remember the name of it, I mean. I remember what the stage is. I'm shocked I can't remember 10-10. 10-9 makes sense. Snake? Shoot. I don't remember what the second word here is. I remember a snake, and that's it. Enigma is a stage name. I can't believe I got... No, I didn't get all of World 6. I didn't get 6-1. I'm never getting 6-1. I don't even know what stage that is. It's... Oh, I do know what stage that is, but I couldn't name it for you. Is there like a vanishing road? No. I got binary matrix. I got 2 layers. I don't remember what 7-3 is. Is there like a seesaw road? A path? There's seesaw floor. Is there like a... Wings? No. I wouldn't have been surprised. It would have made sense. Don't know what stage it would be, but... Just, it's so funny seeing the emptiness and with worlds 1 through 3. I really should have more with World 3. I can't believe that I don't. Hi, Moo. I can only name like 60 levels. Yeah, no, I don't know names of stages in this game. Like I keep saying. I would if they appeared on screen during gameplay. I would probably have most of these. At least most of World Tour. You should totally do this, Moo. You can name the first 100? No problem. How? You do have like twice the amount of hours in the game that I do. I'm not even at... I can't even go through the whole run in my head yet. I don't know the stage order yet. Well, Deadline, you cheated because you made this. You already looked at them all. You made this. Yeah, I'm probably gonna cap out around here. I can no more come into mind. There's one in World 3 that's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't. It's not coming to me. There are a couple in World 3 actually that I really should know, but I don't. I'm surprised I remembered jump and build. That's it. Yeah, somehow I have most of World 6. It doesn't make any sense. I can't believe I don't know 10-10. Oh, I think it's Kirby Coaster. There we go. Alright, I got it eventually. I'm not looking at the stream. Oh, I'm gonna say... Well, I mean, I only have a minute left. I'm gonna say any more that I come up with, but I probably won't be coming up with any more. Okay, I'm gonna be done. Yeah, see, I'm reading through all of these, and it's like, I really should have gotten a lot of these. Sky Garden, there's no excuse for. Switch and jump is what I was thinking of. Wormhole branches I really should have gotten. So actually some of the stuff in World 4 Like, target strike? There's no way I would have gotten that. Circle bounce? I forgot those were named that. I never... Up the road I should have had. Oh, it's Pyramid Maze. It's not much of a maze. Yeah, see you later, Mew. Mew. Moo. Oh, it's vanished. It's Vanishing Floor. Okay, well... Oh, it's Conveyor Factory. I should have known that. Swing Bridge I probably should have gotten. Half Pipe Cross I should have had. So many seesaws as well. Oh, it was Switching Panels. That's the one I was thinking of. Snake Whip was one I was thinking of. Actually, there were only like 10 or so that I really should have gotten. A lot of the rest of these is like, I had no chance. Anything in EX, I really had no shot at. Title I probably should have had, but I just forgot that existed. There is one called Open the Gates. I should have guessed that. Huh, I just didn't think there was one called that. Alright, well that was pretty bad. Perfectly cromulent score. I actually did better than average, slightly, which is funny. Alright. I'm gonna bring up... I'm doing Monkey Ball 2 next. I need a redemption. I'm doing Monkey Ball 2. I'm still gonna miss probably a few in Monkey Ball 2. But after that I'm doing Monkey Ball 1, and you'll see just how much of this game how much of the series I actually know. I can turn the game back on now, because I can't cheat with it now. Okay. Super Monkey Ball 2. Super Monkey Ball 2 stages. Here we go. This one I should be much better at. Oh, I only get 20 minutes. I suppose there are fewer levels. Alright. So you get Simple, then you play Hollow, then you play Bumpy, Switches, Bowl is the first bonus stage. Oh, Slopes is... okay. Is not in there? I'm thinking of Deluxe now. My Deluxe muscle memory is gonna mess with me here. What is... I gotta think about story mode. Simple, Hollow, Bumpy, Switches. Conveyors? Yeah, I know story mode better. Oh shoot, what do you play? I should know this. What do you play after Conveyors? I think it's Sliders. No, that's 1-8. Come back to it. Then we have Spinning Top, Curve Bridge, and then we get to World 2, you play Banks, Eaton Floor, I'm thinking Hairpin, that's Monkey Ball 1, Banks, Eaton Floor, Hoppers, no, I didn't skip one. Hoppers, then Coaster, 2-5 is Bumpy Check, 2-6 is, I believe, Gravity Slider, no, I've skipped a couple, and that's 2-8. Totalitarianism, I can't spell, Totalitarianism. Alternative is 2-10. Inchworms is in there. What does Inchworms get? Inchworms skips Totalitarianism and something else. Don't remember what the other one is. Oh, I think it skips a bonus stage. What's after Bumpy Check? What's 2-6? Dang, I don't know if this is as locked down as I thought I did. We'll come back to it. World 3 is Organic Form into Reversible Gear, Stepping Stones, URL, no, Dribbles is before URL. Dribbles URL. Mad Rings. Curvy Options. Oh shoot. A Junction is 3-10. What's after Curvy Options? I think it's Downhill. No, it's not Downhill. There's something between Curvy Options and Downhill. Can't think of that one either. World 4. Should know a lot of this one. World 4 is Infamous Pro Skaters. What one? Oh, Giant Cone is second. I'm missing one again already. Dynamic Maze. Launchers is here, Arthropod, Coin Slots, Randomizer, You saw bridges. Triangle poles. I'm missing 4-3. I should know this one. This isn't even skipped by pro skaters. I should know this one probably. But it is not coming to mind at all. Okay. World 5 starts with a wormhole. Mad Shuffle. What do I... Oh, I'm missing Free Fall, which skips Melting Pot. Free Fall, Melting Pot, Mad Shuffle. Nope. Machine is in there. I believe skips Zigzag Slope and Power. You have Toggle. What's 5-5? I believe it's in Beginner Extra. Oh, it's probably Beat Screen. Yeah. And then what's 5-10? What does World 5 end with? How don't I remember that? Whatever. World 6 starts with Combination. I don't know what 6-2 is. Here is a 6-5, which skips Cliffs and Narrow Peaks, and then you have Detour, which I believe skips Switch Inferno. That ends with Folders. It's a big chunk of World 6 that I'm missing for some reason. Shouldn't be missing it like that. That's odd. Weird. World 7 starts with Final Bridge. Wavy option is... Wavy options? Okay. Obstacle is there. It ends with 8 bracelets. It's after Obstacle. I know Civ is there. It's not after Obstacle, though. Domino. Obstacle, Domino, Civ. Block comes next, and then Spiral Bridge. Not Spiral Bridge, sorry. The other Spiral stage. Double Spiral. Then you get Hierarchy. And you get 8 bracelets. And it ends with Quick Turn. Okay, I got all of World 7. World 8 is Pistons. Momentum is 8-3, so I'm missing one there. I'm skipping around here. Vortex and Warp. Here, Seesaws is what it ends with. There's trampolines in here. I didn't mean to skip around like this, but that's just kind of where my brain's gone. Pistons and Momentum. Should know this. Angled Path is in there. I don't remember what that skips, though. Oh, it skips Totters. What's 8-2? I think it's Soft Clean. Yeah, it is. Okay. Trampolines is 8-8. 8-9 is Swing Shaft. Okay. So then we're on to World 9, which starts with Aerial Jump. Cross Floors. Spinning Saw. Yep. Pipes. Flat Maze. Guillotine next? Yeah. Oh, what's after Guillotine? It's not Twin Basin yet, but that's in there. Corkscrews, it's Corkscrew. And then you have Orbiters, and that ends with Air. Okay, so there's all of World 9. And then World 10. I think I should be able to get all of World 10. Ooh, I'll see if I can beat that time later deadline. World 10 starts with Training. Gimmick second? Yeah, Gimmick is second. Then you play Gimmick, then you play Mountain, Disorder, 3D Maze. Oh, it's not Postmodern yet. Oh, it must be Labyrinth. Labyrinth, Postmodern, Evolution, Visible, and with Created By. Okay. Now we're on to the extra stages. What am I missing in Beginner Extra? Fluctuation and Birth. Advanced Extra. What does Advanced Extra start with? I don't remember. But I know Stagger is in there. UFO, pot, bridges, grid bridge is, I guess, I think it's singular, but whatever. Long slider. What's Advanced Extra 1 and 2? Auto doors is 1. Walmart simulator. Advanced Extra 2. And also Advanced Extra 6 and 7. That's weird that I don't know these. Moving on for now, I need to do some bonus stages. Leveler, fighters, Pachinko. I think there's like a bonus hunting? No. It's banana hunting. Bonus hunting is a deluxe stage. Mission. Board part. That is probably not all of that bonus stages, but I think it's a lot of them. Anyway. What is Beginner 6? Why don't I know Beginner 6? Hi. What's that?
I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Good night.
Love you too. Okay, I don't know Beginner 6. I really should know this one. This is a weird one to not know. What? Play simple. Play hollow. Play bumpy. You play switches. You play conveyor. Or conveyors. Taking a story mode run, and then you play 1-6. What? I must just not have runs die here ever. Something is wrong. Okay. Let's do expert extra. I'm not gonna remember all of these, almost for sure. Rainworm is in here. Option. Nickel. Slider. Pendulums. The first one is charge. And I remember because it sucks. The second one. What do you play after you play charge? Also, what's before giant swing? Strata, and that skips puzzle. Yes. Okay. What's between giant swing and free throw? I believe it's 5 drums. Okay, I got all of Expert Extra. Master, I have not played that much of. I'm probably not going to do very well in Master. I know there's swing bridges. That's first. Centric. Eagle swing bridges. Swing bridges skips. It takes you to passage, but what does it skip? Does it skip cylinders? Or is that what passage skips? Passage. Okay. Then what does passage skip? I think it skips notch. Yeah. Is intermittent next? Yes, okay. Long Taurus is in here somewhere. Double twin. Block base. What's after long? It's between Taurus and double twin. Spasmodic is extra. No, it is Spasmodic. Okay, I got all of them. Wow. So Master Extra 1 is variable whip. Then you play Striker. Blue parts is skipped by Striker. So we take green goal on Striker because we want to go to planets. Picking red goal on planets then skips like these and 8 Esau's. And you end up on we don't play synchronized yet, do we? Maybe we do play synchronized. It is synchronized. And that skips me, Helix. And then you play Disney System and you end with Nintendo. Okay. I'm missing 12 stages. 3 in advanced extra, 4 in expert, 1 of which is a bonus stage. 1, 2, 3, 4 in advanced, 1 of which is a bonus stage, and 1 in beginner. What are these bonus stages that I'm missing? I got leveler. Oh, what do you play after leveler? It's not skipped by an... It's... Earthquake is one of them. I think that's in... expert. Yeah, that's the one I was missing in expert. What do you play after leveler? How do I know this? Not after leveler, after curvy options. The bonus stage after leveler. That's weird. I feel like I should know this. Huh. I have to think about World 2 again. You play Coaster, you play Bumpy Check, and then you play Swell. Yeah, that's fair. Missing that one, honestly, that's kind of not remarkable. Okay, Mad Rings, curvy options, Twister. Don't know what that bonus level is. Pro Skaters, Giant Comb, B5. Okay. Expert. You just played Fluctuation and finished World 5. Combination. Punch. C. E. Saws. Opera. Your opera. Brandished. I'm literally just imagining a story mode run in my head and it's working. Okay, let's do it with World 1 then. Simple, hollow, bumpy, switches, conveyors. My brain is skipping to sliders. That's wrong. That's 1-8. Why is my brain skipping to sliders? What's 1-6? 5 minutes. What's 1 dash? What in the hell is 1-6? Huh? This level doesn't exist in my brain. What's going on here? It must just be so unremarkable. Some of you know it and are yelling it at me in your head. Advanced Extra has auto doors. Why does my brain think ring bridges is first? Not first, but like second. Step and Roll had a level called that? That's really unfortunate. I don't know what's after ring bridges either. There are a lot of pause strats in Advanced Extra, but I think I got most of them. It's like the first level, that's rough. Ring bridges. I'm also missing that one bonus stage. Surprised I got all of Master. That's cool. You side-eyeing me? Yeah, I'm sure you are. I know these are some really obvious ones, especially the one in beginner. Coming up with nothing for Advanced Extra. I guess it's not that surprising. I haven't played Advanced Extra in a while. Wow, that's really good now. Why in the hell don't I know Beginner 6? That's what I'm confused about right now. I was about to type hoppers. It's one you play literally in... I know, I will. I know it's really obvious. I've played it probably hundreds of times, if not, like 1,000 or more. I probably have played it thousands of times, because I've run story mode in both SMB2 and Banana Mania. Advanced Extra I have not played in a long time. Missing Advanced Extra does not surprise me. But I really should know Beginner 6. It is hilarious that I don't. It's just not... I keep thinking SMB1 Beginner 6. And that's not it. I don't know what my brain's thinking of here. Run through a story mode run in my head and not helping for this one. Not. I keep thinking slopes, sliders, or spinning top, and it's none of those. What the fuck is this level? Alright, I'm done. Oh, it's I'm actually not. It makes sense that it's floaters. Floaters is extremely nothing. I'm not surprised that I missed floaters. If there's any level in all of story mode I was going to miss, it was going to be floaters. That level's so nothing. Heavy Sphere and Domes, I should have gotten both of those. I made a lot, it's fine, that one's forgettable. Oh, I should have had Rampage too. That was still pretty good. Alright. This is the real one. What time did you get here, deadline? 5:37? Okay, okay. Okay, let's see how I like it. Oh, I haven't played this game too much lately. Lane. Diamond. Hairpin. Side bridge. I can't type. Bonus basic. Slopes. How don't I remember what's after slopes? It's steps. That's why, because it has a weird name. Blocks. Single. Exam A. Beginner extra. Blur bridge. Hitter. AV. Come on. New logo. Advanced starts with bump. Bump. Walking. Pulse. Narrow bridge. Break. Curves. Oh, wait. No. Slam. Advanced 11 is choice, which skips jumpies and full. Hoppers. Floor. Oh shoot. This isn't where exam B is it? No, I'm missing one. Oh shoot. What am I missing? Bears, probably. There. Exam B. Chaser. Double. Grid. Oh, what's 24? Probably swing bar? Then you get labyrinth. Spikes. Spiky. Uh-oh. Oh, what's between spiral and spiky? Oh, crap. Is it jump? Yes. I don't think I'm gonna beat deadline's time. Puzzle. What's it called? What is hitter? It's called hard hitter. Large expert goes boom. Overturn. Basic. Not skeleton. Why do I think it's skeleton? What did I say? Diving. Gears and invasion. Action. Lost my train of thought because I looked at chat. Where long is in here. Work is in here. I'm out of order now. What's after diving? What is after diving? Yeah, you're definitely gonna beat my time deadline. What the hell is after diving? I should know this. There's no excuse. I keep getting distracted by my chat. I have to minimize this. There's no excuse for me not knowing diving. Or after diving. Anyway, destruction, invasion, diving. Floor slant, we're back on track. Okay. Why do you slap whatever? Heart. Bumpy. Sure. Yeah. Oh, I missed drums. Jam. Yep. Open. Cannot type today. Bridge. Mixer. Brain. Stairs. Mixer. Clover. The. Wood. Assist. Bridge. Hard hitter. I know it's not factory. Yeah, no wonder I forgot that. That one's nothing. Factory. For all. Right. Check hand AV logo. No. Not spites. And yeah. Master the fruit roll up. Smash. Dodge. Bridge. Monkey. Not as fast as Deadline, but still pretty good. You beat me by like a solid minute there, Deadline. GG. I got caught up on diving because I got distracted. Oh, Discord overlay still on. told you I knew Monkey Ball won. Okay. Dang, y'all have been listening to this freaking menu music forever. Let's listen to something else. I don't know what I'm doing. Right now, I think I'm going to take a break and go use the bathroom and think about what I'm doing for the last 2.5 hours of the stream. I have an idea. I might finally make that tier list of World Tour stages. But, we'll do that when I get back. BRB. Um, I do want to do the tier list. Hi, Swimfly. Don't have things like set up for that, I don't think. So bear with me for just a little bit. Deadline, can you link me the tier list thing? I'm also gonna mute Elgato. We're gonna go background audio list for this, because I want to maybe make it into a video later. Never mind, I don't need you to link me. It's pinned. Okay. I think I need to center my camera a bit. Where am I? Where do I need to be sitting for this? Okay. I think we're good. So, tier list. Can I, like, I zoom this out a tad? Oh, that doesn't make it better. Yeah, okay. That's good. I want to move my camera over just a bit more. That is probably gonna work out. Okay. Like, move over this way? Yeah, that's good. That's good, that's good. Okay. So, let me, like, start recording, because if I can, I want to make this into an actual YouTube video. The first thing I need to do is actually change some colors of the tiers. Manhole S tier, obviously. Okay. Alright. Okay. So, I want to put all of the first 100 stages in this game, every stage on World Tour, into a tier list. Starting with Twin Islands, stopping with Kirby Coaster down here. My mouse is on the screen, that's good. Not doing anything after the first 100. I simply don't know them well enough to give a good opinion about those, I think. The World Tour I've played a ton of, and I can definitely give opinions about those. So, might as well just get started. Might as well go in order because they're in order here. Thank you, Deadline. I think Deadline made this. So yeah, let's just go for it. 1-1, Twin Islands, it's the quintessential beginning stage. Like, I should mention my criteria is basically like, how fun is it? Does it like serve its purpose well? Does it have a purpose? Is the difficulty like, you know, is it placed where it should be, basically? Things like that. Trying to also come at it from both a casual and a speedrun point of view. Like, if it's fun for casuals but not fun for speedrunners, or vice versa, then it's not going to be S tier, you know? I mean, Twin Islands is... it's fine. Like, it's B tier. It doesn't stand out, but it's not... I can't call it bad. It does what it's supposed to, which is the first level. You play it, you go forward. It introduces all the mechanics, like, all the base mechanics, because it has, like, a golden banana right in your path as well. It's fine. Can't say much more than that, but I don't want to put it in, like, C tier or anything. Zigzag. This is actually hard. These first few stages, I, like, don't feel any type of way about. I guess I am putting Twin Islands in C tier, not because it's bad, but just because it's not remarkable. Meanwhile, Zigzag is like, there's something to do here. This is actually, like, there's a nice skip for speedrunners, you know? There are a few different ways to skip it, actually, depending on, like, who you are, what character you're using. That's another thing I kind of want to make sure I consider is character. Like, if something works with all the characters, then good. If there are characters that a stage is, like, impossible with, I guess I'm not going to necessarily know that because I'm only ever playing as Baby, but if I know that there are characters the stage is, like, impossible with, then it's probably not going to get a super high rating, because I feel like I feel like every character should at minimum be able to, like, play a level, you know? Anyway. Okay, I don't have chat on screen. That's fine. Not that big of a deal. I also don't have the Subathon timer on screen because I want to try to make content out of this, and having the Subathon timer would kind of throw that off. Anyway. Down and Up, no, this isn't the one I'm thinking of. Down and Up is fine. This is another C tier. There's nothing... it's okay. I guess the positioning of the golden banana is kind of cool. There's a little bit more risk involved, but that's really all it is. It's like, there's less there than Zigzag, kind of. Stop and Go, I actually really like. There are many different ways to complete this level, and none of them are, like, super difficult. Like, the skip is made very obvious for you, but you still do have to have some skill in order to actually be able to hit it. And then if you're playing it casually, it's, you know, decent level. It's not the hardest thing you face so far, but, like, fine. I like that level. It's one of the most fun ones in World 1 for me. I am reading chat, by the way, so, like, because you're not on screen doesn't mean I'm not reading. I am reading chat. Spin and Jump is, like, I don't know how to rank Spin and Jump. It's another one that's just, like, kind of there, you know? I guess it has some skip potential with the spin dash, and you're actually forced to use the spin dash to complete it, which I guess I don't know how I feel about that. It makes spin dashless run, like, the existence of this stage pretty much makes a spin dashless run impossible, which makes me kind of sad, but it's really not that big of a deal. I don't have much good to say about it. Like, there's skip potential, but that's about it. I can't think of anything else remarkable here. You just kind of play the level. An annoyance is that it shows you the spin dash tutorial every single time, which is not necessary. First slope, I think, is fun. I don't have much else to say about it. It's just fun. It's relatively straightforward, but not overly so, and there's enough going on that it's fun to play. 180 is, like, another C tier. None of these stages are, like, actively bad so far. They're just, like, kind of mid at worst, which is fine. I don't think I will be super ordering these tiers, by the way. Maybe roughly. Like, I think Spin and Jump is probably better than Twin Islands. 180 probably also. But I don't feel super strongly about it. The skip is cool. The skip is really cool, but I don't want to. It's definitely not intentional and actually quite hard to do, and I don't want to give too much attention to it. Floating, floating boat is another one of those. This one I actually think might. I feel weird putting it in D tier because I don't actually think it's a bad stage, but I feel like for the positioning of this and just the concept in general, they probably could have done something way cooler, and they just kind of didn't do that. Like I don't know what it would have been, but this level doesn't do anything for me. Even the skip on it is like just kind of okay, you know? Bumpy. I don't like this level. This is also a D tier. This is just me being. It's definitely just me being salty because I die to this one far too often in the speedrun because it's just not a consistent level. I don't know. It's like fun to throw yourself at to try to skip once, but at a certain like after your first couple times getting the skip, it's like, oh okay, level's just kind of here. And to play it casually, you just kind of have to go all the way around. I don't know. I don't think it's that great. I'm probably just salty about it, but don't worry about it. Rail Slider is, I think, the perfect finish for World 1 because it's, you know, big level. You can very clearly see the potential of Spin Dash as you're playing this level. The goal is right there, but it's, below you, well below you. You can see exactly where it is, and it's even like the flow of the stage sort of leads you to looking overlooking where the goal is. The flow of the stage leads you to overlook where the goal is. And so then it becomes very obvious from there, oh, I can spin dash and try to get in that goal early. Just try to jump all the way over to it. And I love that. I love that level design. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I've ever played that stage casually. I think it would be fine. I don't have any, problems with it. But I think as the ending to World 1 specifically introducing just starting to introduce the potential of spin dash like that and the skip potential of the stage design in this game, I think it's really good for that. Okay, and then we have 2-1. This stage introduces bumpers. I don't really feel any type of way about it. I actually think it's a little bit annoying to roll through. There's some skip potential here, but not much. You can't do much with the stage, is the thing. Like, it's either C or D, because you just can't do anything with it. It's another level where it's like, here are bumpers. Play the level. It doesn't do anything fun or unique. Not that it necessarily, I don't think it's D tier, because not that it necessarily has to do fun and unique things. Its purpose is to introduce bumpers. And it does do that. Also, bumpers in this game in general, weird. Yeah, that's true. They are very weak in this game for some reason. Also, I kind of like that it introduces bumpers, but they don't pose a ton of risk yet. It's just the game saying, here, these are bumpers. And like if you happen to run into one, you're probably not gonna die for it. So I guess in that instance it works. Okay, round and around, I think this stage is awful. I don't think that stage is it's one saving grace. It was that it has a really obvious skip, and I think the game wants you to do the skip. But it reminds me of Puzzle in SMB1, but like that's a very bad stage to be reminding me of, I don't know where the difficulty is. I don't know where the fun is in it. It's even in a speedrun, it's one of those, it's like, oh, yep, okay, let me back up a little bit and then release a spin dash and jump over the whole thing. And it's just very obligatory. It doesn't seem like the right word. It's very unremarkable. You might be right, MP, about it being F tier. I might have to put it in F tier. It's not good. I don't think it's like offensively bad though. Maybe actually, there have been a couple times where I haven't gone back enough for the skip, and then I've had to play it casually, and it's just been like the worst experience of my life. You might be right that it's F tier. That might be our first F tier. But it's like, I don't know, I kind of want to save F tier for those levels that are like, not only are they like actively terrible, but they take time out of your day. Round and Around doesn't take time out of your day. It at least has a skip, stuff like that. Hi, random note generator. Alright, hope you're doing well. There's 2 minutes and... Not what? 2 hours, 17 minutes left on the Subathon timer, by the way. So it's not on screen. I'll try to give somewhat periodic updates. Drawbridge Path, I find fun. Is this the first stage with moving part? No, Floating Boat has some moving parts. I think this is the second stage with moving parts in the game. And I kind of like how it uses them. Like, you actually have to think about this one, but when you piece it together, you can actually take it pretty quickly. And the speedrun strat is cool, where you just kind of drop off to the side early. I feel like it has a lot going on for a stage this far in without having too much going on. And it's a good introduction of, moving platforms and things of that nature. So I don't think it's, fantastic or anything. So it gets a B tier, but it's not bad. Do I like it more than First Slope? Probably not. Okay, Wonder Maze. I feel really conflicted about Wonder Maze. They made a maze level. They made a maze level that doesn't suck because they understand that a maze level that is simply just a maze is boring. So they put us on top of this one, which is the best possible decision they could have done for a maze level. But it's just, I don't know. The skip is not super consistent. I actually think that's a skill issue. I don't think I can get that mad about that. The fact that a skip is possible at all is cool. The fact that it is actively encouraged because you start above the maze is really cool. And then if you fall down, you don't necessarily die, but you're punished by having to go more slowly because then you have to play the maze. I kind of love it. It's like, it's a little bit weird and irritating sometimes, and so I don't really want to put it higher than B, but I really like what they're trying to do here. Like even more so than with some other levels in this game. This was actually the stage when they showed like they showed people playing through World 2. Like a few months before the game came out as part of the like release cycle. And Wonder Maze is one of the stages that was shown, and that was the stage I saw where I was like, oh, I actually have confidence in their level design because they made a maze level, but they are actively giving us the option to skip it, to just jump over it. That was the point where I was like, oh, they know what they're doing. Sky Garden is, again, kind of just a stage that's there. Like, there's a really cool skip where you can just use the spin dash to clip off of the corner of one of those platforms. Don't know if it was intentional or not. Really good demonstration of how good the spin dash is. I don't know if I want to put it in C or B. It might just be like high C. If you play it intentionally, I don't know, it's not super remarkable. Probably high C. I don't think it's overly fun or anything. Like, it is just kind of there, but it's not bad either. Conveyor Ride is another one that's like, it does its job of introducing conveyors. There are things you can do to optimize it, but it's not, it's not one that I super look forward to playing every time. So I guess for that, it goes in C again. I don't know where in C I would even put this. Casual step, I think, can go in low B. This is, I mean, I don't know really how to describe this stage. It's fun. I can't tell you why it's fun. It just is fun to me. There's something about it. And the skip potential on this is, as a stage, it is surprisingly deep. Like, to accurately perform a very fast strat on casual step, your positioning actually has to be very precise, which is cool. You wouldn't necessarily think a stage like this would have so much depth to it, but it kind of does. And I like that about it. And it just overall is like, you know, you're rolling downhill. It's always fun in a marble roller. And you have to deal with the slopes and things. Like, it's just cool. It's cool. And it's a good test of slope control, honestly, by the player. Like, you know, you got this far. Now, how good are you when dealing with, you know, a bunch of slopes in a row like this? Especially some at different angles and whatnot. 2-8 push-ups. The speedrun strat is pretty cool, but that's about all I have to say about it. It's another one of those levels that's just kind of there. I don't really like. I mean, it's fine. It's not bad. It's fine. I don't really like playing it casually, but I can't say it's bad. I don't think it is. So C tier, I guess. Riding the waves. The speedrun skip is really cool, but I almost don't want to consider that. I think the skip for ship is intended. That's true. I do think the skip is intended there. And there are a few ways to do it, which I also like. I don't think the way that Moo and I do it is intended. But there definitely is an intended skip on push-ups, which I do kind of appreciate. So, you know, yeah, in that case, let me move it up. Probably over by Sky Garden. I need some water or something. I'm not sure where I want to put Riding the Waves. Like, casually it's fine. There are some cool ways to skip it. I do appreciate that they kind of left it open. They totally could have put walls on either side to prevent you from skipping it at all, but they only really put walls at like the end of each path. They took away like the super obvious skip, but they left options for the player to get creative with how they skip it, which I actually kind of like. I do think that's a good design choice. I don't love it. I think it ends up being a little bit awkward to play. But you know, I could see it in B tier. Grandfather clock. This is probably, is this a D tier? It's definitely a C tier at best. I don't know. Something with the cycles on this one. There's just a lot of waiting involved. I do like the skip on it. I don't think it super saves the level. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know how I feel about this one. I haven't thought too much about a lot of these stages, you know? In the context of um how good I think they are. That's not something that has really come to my mind too much for most of them. So this is a fun mental exercise here. Is this D tier? I don't think it's quite that bad. I thought it was, I don't know, playing it intended is really boring. It might be like the top of D tier, because I don't think playing it intended is fun. But in a speedrun context, it's not one I actively dislike. It's just kind of, it's another one that's just there. Switch and Go. I think Switch and Go is really fun, but that's only because the speedrun strat's really fun. Does do a good job of introducing switches. I can give it that. Trying to think of if I have any other thoughts about it. It's fun because of the speedrun, but most people are not going to be playing it like that. Oh, this is another one I give like low B tier. It does its job and it does it well. And then if you're trying to go fast, it does end up being pretty fun, in my opinion. So, and like the strat, you might expect that strat to be inconsistent. It's really not. It is not an inconsistent strat, which is nice. Spiderweb, Spiderweb's A tier. This is the cool stage. You know, it's a maze you can choose to play, but if there's a really obvious skip, if you're brave enough to go for it, but it's not free. You still, you know, you have to have good positioning and sometimes good improv if you want to do it. But it's also not terribly difficult. Like, I think anyone could do that skip with enough practice. Probably not even that much practice. It's just cool. It's a very a very simple way to make a stage fun is to go, hey, you can bounce off of this and then bounce off like another thing and skip the whole stage if you want to. That's a very good way to make a stage fun. And they did it with Spiderweb. They did a good job of it. Conveyor Avenue makes me mad. Simply because there is no skip on it, at least with Baby, that isn't really awkward to do. At least in an RTA setting. The IL on it is kind of cool. But as far as consistently being able to skip the level, you can do it, but it's always weird. You have to slow down, or you have to take like a weird bounce. There's no way to just skip entirely across it, and there almost is. It almost works. Again, I don't think I should let it impact its positioning too terribly much. But even playing it intended, it's like it's fine. I do appreciate that it's mostly downhill. There's something fun about that. But it doesn't, I don't know. It's not a stage I ever look forward to, necessarily. It's just another one that's kind of there for me. So I guess somewhere in C tier, definitely, I do enjoy it more than Conveyor Ride. I don't think it's better than Down and Up, though. Wavy Path. I have never once thought about how much I like the stage. I think it's just another one that's there. It's easily skippable. Not that it's a super, you know, flashy or unique skip or anything. You just spin dash and hope you jump over everything. Like, it's not bad, and it's another stage that just exists. I don't think it's not bad by any means. It's just kind of fun. You know, I'll give it a decent rating. Switch and Jump, I love because the skip on it is really cool. Casually, I think it's fine. The thing about Switch and Jump is there are many different paths that you can take to. Let me rephrase this. On Switch and Jump, there are many different methods you could use to try and skip it. And I think I'm kind of with you, MP. I also kind of think it's cool. I don't know if I'd call it S tier. That might be like a high B tier. Maybe I don't know if I would call it A tier. I guess I don't have a reason to not call it A tier. It's not the most entertaining thing in the world playing it casually, but it's not bad either. I do like it more than Wonder Maze. Yeah, that can go in A tier. That can go in A tier. Also, I like the golden banana positioning of that stage. I think it's cool. It encourages... It encourages doing the opposite of what you might think the game would want you to do. It encourages experimentation, and I really like that. Wormhole Branches does its job of introducing wormholes, and it doesn't really do much else. And I wish they were placed in a more interesting way to make for anything cool on that stage. Like, if you're using super speed, you can get in the goal early. There's nothing else I have to say about it. I think it's like low C tier. I don't think it's, I don't think it's actively boring or anything, but I don't think it's good. I like it slightly more than Bumpers. Wormhole Branches in 1.0 is F-, yeah, because of the glitch. I'm so glad I patched that out. Thank you, devs, for actually caring about your game and patching glitches. Whole panel swing is fine. This is probably a B tier. Actually, the more I think about the stage, the more I like it, because it's, you can pretty obviously throw yourself at it, hope to get a clip, and jump over it. It is a challenging stage, but not overly so, I think, for its position in the game. It doesn't overstay its welcome. I think a lot of stages with a gimmick like that, or a mechanic like that, would make you do it so much that you would get really bored by the end of it, but you only have to do it, you only have to play it three times, basically. There are only 3 platforms to deal with, essentially. So it's a good test of skill without being too long. And to skip it well, you do have to kind of get a little bit creative. Like, it's not a completely free jump to the end. So actually, I kind of like it. This might be A tier. This might be A tier. The bars overhead are a little weird, because if you get too much height, they will completely block you. But I think maybe that's intentional, to try and stop you from just, like, going back and getting a bunch of speed and jumping over the whole thing. So, I kind of get it. I like this level. It's just well made, I think. Paddle Path 3-8 is fine. It's another one of those that I don't feel super strongly about. I don't know if I've ever played this level casually. Another one that lends itself really well to speedrunning. But this, it just kind of feels like worse Spiderweb to me, though, you know? Like, I don't know what Paddle Path does that Spiderweb doesn't do. Am I wrong for that? It might still get a B tier just by virtue of, like, it is still kind of fun. I think it's better than anything in C tier. So, I could be. Yeah, I'll throw this in B tier. They're the same, yeah, they're the same level, but I think Battle Path is just kind of worse. There's something about Spiderweb that makes it more fun. Egg Pack, I think it's weird that it's called that. I guess I kind of get it. It has a cool skip. It is a little bit fun to play casually. Is this another B tier, or is this a C tier? I think it's a little awkward, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't think the skip is anything super special. You don't really have to get creative with it at all. You just kind of do it. You throw yourself at it and go in the goal. I think this can go, like, high C. Like the drink. Okay, Up the Road I like because it's actually kind of a fun movement level. Don't know how many other people would like it, because it is a little bit long. But it really tests how good your movement is. I think without being overly difficult. I don't see people complain about the difficulty of this level. But yet, I think it is an engaging level. It has a really cool IL skip. I feel like they designed it weirdly. They designed it in such a way, almost as if it was a challenge for speedrunners to find a skip. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, like it's long, but it's really only, even casually, it's only like 20 seconds. Not that bad. Um, I do like it more than Egg Pack. I think this can go in B tier. I like it more than Paddle Path as well. I mean, again, this is my opinion. I think a lot of people maybe won't disagree. Won't disagree. I think a lot of people might not agree with this. But that's where it is for me. Mad Dash is cool. It's also a bit long. But it introduces dash panels. And, you know, there's opportunity for skips. I think the beginning of it is maybe a little bit boring, but the ending is so cool that it's kind of worth it. Because then you can throw yourself at the dash panel and launch off the ramp and just go straight into the goal. Like, they knew what they were doing with this one, I think. This can also be a is it a B tier or is it a C tier? I do like it more than anything in C tier. Straw. No one's gonna argue with me about putting this in F, right? This freaking level. It's I feel like in a lot of ways, Straw is the antithesis of what makes Banana Rumble good. So much of the level design in Banana Rumble is, you know, we've made this level, you can play it casually, and it's still like, you know, relatively fun. A decent test of skill. Or, you know, we've built in the skip that you can try if you want, but it's not completely free, but like, you know, it's totally doable. And can often consistently doable. Whereas with Straw, the skip is kind of feels like it's there by chance, is not consistent at all in the slightest. Playing it casually is not fun because you have to go slow or you fall out. You have to. It takes like 30 seconds. And I feel like it doesn't really even test your skill that well. Like, I guess it kind of tests your speed control. But that's really it. Because you're locked on this track in between the two rails. And I think there are ways to make that stage work. I don't think straw is the correct way to do it. Um, anyway, step down I love. Is step down S tier? Is step down S tier? The step down might be S tier. There are multiple ways to skip it. They're all really satisfying. Even playing it casually, I think step down is almost what straw was trying to do with testing your ability to, like, you know, be able to slow down and not go overly quickly. I feel like MP is saying in chat. But it does it in a way more fun way because you can so much more easily push it. And if you want to full skip it, the option is there. And even, you know, there's the thing that I do in my world tour runs where I bounce off of the level decoration to change my direction and then go in the goal. Like, that is awesome. I think step down is S tier. I think that's our first S tier. I think it's really fun. Granted, I also haven't really played it as other characters. Maybe it's harder with other characters. Surprised Mad Dash is an A tier at least. I just think the beginning of it is kind of boring. Like, there's not a ton of skip potential until the end. The IL is really cool. I'll give it that. It does flow nicely. But it doesn't... There isn't as much room for, like, improv as I would want. Whereas I think with a lot of these other stages, you can kind of... There's a room to do what you want with it. Whereas Mad Dash, you're locked into playing it intended for the first 10 seconds or so before you get to do anything cool. But I still don't think it's bad by any means. Okay, floating puzzle. I can't see what this stage is. I have to actually bring this up in game. Because for some reason, I'm drawing a blank on what this stage is. Oh, I know what it is. I remember what it is now. No wonder I didn't remember what it was, because it's not really fine. It's another one of those stages that's just like, okay. It's not bad. The skip, the fact that you can spin dash at the wall and get height from the wall and jump over and finish the stage that way. I described that horribly, but in the video I'll probably like show what I'm talking about here. The fact that you can do that makes it kind of cool. Well, that's really the only sauce it has. Like, there are other ways you can throw yourself at it. If you want to play it casually, like, it's fine, you know? It's a decent test of skill without being overly long. But it doesn't feel actively fun to me like any of the things in B tier. So I think this is another C tier. But like, top of C tier. Some DMs to check. Ah, spinning switch. This level bothers me, and I don't... I feel like it could be so much better, but I don't really have ideas to make it better, but it bothers me. The skip is cool, but inconsistent. Playing it casually, I think, is just kind of boring. I don't know what the appeal is in a stage where you just have to go in and hit buttons to make it playable. I don't know what the appeal is in that. Like, you really only have to hit half the buttons, which I guess is kind of cool, but that's hard. That's not really, that's not really helpful. Like, at that point, what's the purpose of it? I don't know what the purpose of this level is. It doesn't do anything useful. The skip is kind of cool, and that's all it has going for it. And it's not enough to save it. I think this is definitely a D tier. It's not one of those I ever look forward to. Rolling balls adds balls. This is the first time balls were ever in Super Monkey Ball. Did you know that? Brayden died on spinning switch in a no miss attempt? How do you die on spinning switch? There's so much stage there. How do you fall out of that? Oh no. Anyway, yeah, rolling balls is like, it's weird. It's kind of cool. It's kind of not. I don't love how cycle-based it is, how much waiting you end up doing, but the skip on it is actually awesome. The skip on it is really cool. I don't think it's the most consistent thing ever. Maybe that's a skill issue though. That could feasibly be a skill issue. I think casually it's just okay. Oh, I don't know how to feel about this one. I don't think I like it more than floating puzzle. I think I would put it in C tier. That's true. It would be A if it didn't tweak the old skip. The old skip is so cool. I do like the creativity that you can do. You can be very creative on that stage, but it's also very difficult to be creative. It's difficult to be consistent with it. The physics on the balls themselves are a little bit iffy. And casually, I don't think it's actually that fun. So C tier, it gets a C tier. Oh, circle bounce is probably another C tier. I'm thinking about it, and it's like, I don't hate the concept, but I don't think it actually does that much. I don't know. Fine, kind of fun. It's not bad. I certainly wouldn't call it bad. It the spin dash, the existence of the spin dash makes circle bounce more fun. If this was in a game without the spin dash, the stage would be really boring, I think. But it's not, and so that makes it better. So you have a spin dash to be able to try to skip it as best you can. I guess for that reason, it can go in C tier. I don't think I would. It's not as fun as anything in B. Do I like it more than rolling balls? I do. Don't know if I like it more than floating puzzle. Ah, Sand Garden. Hmm. I only dislike Sand Garden because the skip is annoying. It's I kind of like what they did with the stage. Like there are multiple points at the stage where you can kind of choose how difficult you want it to be. Like you can be fast and be risky with it. You can take, the smaller path, the thinner path, and get the golden banana toward the end. But if you want to skip the whole thing, then that becomes extremely annoying and kind of unpredictable. I don't know how they could really have fixed that, admittedly. I don't have a suggestion for what they could have done differently. I don't think it's a bad stage. It's not D tier. Is it another C tier? Or is it a B tier? It's no, it's not as good as anything in B tier. I think it's another C tier. Where is it in C tier? I think right there. It's only roughly ordered now. Target strike. Also, yeah, its name makes no sense. Sand Garden makes no sense as a name, but whatever. Target strike. I like it. It's a neat concept. I don't have much else to say about it. I think it's a cool concept. There's not a ton of creativity involved in Target Strike. You use the ramp and the dash panel to launch yourself into the goal. If you're playing a bouncy enough character, then maybe you can skip having to use the dash panel. That's kind of it. There's not really any, hit potential besides that. You can't do anything ridiculous on it. You play it. Kind of fun to play. I appreciate. It's a timing level without being a frustrating timing level, which I do kind of appreciate. I think it's another C tier. I almost feel like I need an extra tier between C and B. Because there's a lot of stuff in C tier that's there and is fine. And then there's stuff in C tier that's mildly good, but I wouldn't put it in B tier. So, I don't know. I think my C tier is getting a little bit of power creep. Where do I put Target Strike here? It's do I move some stuff from B up to A? To move some stuff from A to S? I don't know. I don't know if I really want to. It feels wrong to call a lot of these C tier. Because they're good stages. They're not amazing, but they're good stages. Yeah, it's a bell curve. It's fine. Is Rush Hour? I don't know if I have ever played Rush Hour casually. Maybe once. I do think it's kind of fun. There's something about this stage. It's frustrating when you mess up on it. It doesn't happen too often. The skip is cool. There's not a ton of room for creativity, so I guess I can't really give it too many points for that. But I really like the concept here. There's something about this concept that I think is actually really cool and unique for a monkey ball game. And I really like it for that reason. As a speedrun stage, it's actually, I don't think, better than a lot of the ones that I've already talked about. I think if I'm talking about just a speedrun, it's C tier. It's not super remarkable, it's just a stage you play. But as from a casual perspective, I actually think it's really unique and cool. So I'm willing to give it B tier for that reason. 5-1 Seesaw is a stage that you play. It's another one, it introduces seesaws, and it does its job. And I don't have much else to say about it, and so it goes in C tier. Sloped curve is fine. The skip is very obviously intended. You're very obviously supposed to do the skip. I think there are stages that lead you to doing skips that are cooler than this one, and I think they lead you to those skips better than this one does. But it is really satisfying when you hit it. Like it's not particularly easy, I suppose. Because it is, the goal's kind of small, and you're throwing yourself at it from pretty far away. So I think the camera doesn't necessarily lend itself to this skip very well, but that might be my camera settings in particular. I don't want to give it a C tier. I think this is another C tier. I don't think it's good enough to be B tier. It doesn't do anything super unique or special. It doesn't even do anything particularly well. It just is there. And it's like kind of cool. Pyramid Maze, I'm conflicted about. You can skip it. I'm sure they intended for you to be able to skip it, but not super consistently. Playing it casually is really boring. If you don't get any sort of skip at all, it's really boring, I think. I mean, it's the maze level conundrum, right? Where you want it to be skippable, but you don't want it to be too easily skippable, and there are only so many ways you can make that happen. And I think this just kind of ends up being one of the more annoying ways to make it happen. I don't think I want to put it in D tier. I don't think it's actively bad, but I don't think it's particularly fun either. So I suppose this is another C tier. I do think it's better than 1-1. I'll give it that. Oh look, rocket launcher, another stage that's just kind of there. World 5 is going to have a lot of these. So, rocket launcher's there. It's a stage that you play. It makes sense. I get it. I understand it. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's super good either. Casually, it was fun the first time. I'll give it that. It was fun the first time. A lot of these stages were fun the first time, which is good. Checking Discord briefly. Wow, this has taken a while. We're 1 hour 40 minutes left in the subathon. I think I'm gonna call this at 1 a.m. local time, so that's in about 2 hours from now. If there's time left over, I will fulfill it during my next subathon, probably in February. But I don't think I could handle going much farther past 2 hours. I think I would crash. Also, I do need to sleep for tomorrow, so. Push Bar Road. I think this is a cycle-based level that isn't actually bad. I am notorious for not liking cycle-based levels, but this one's not bad. The skip is very cool. Playing it intended is not really boring. It doesn't overstay its welcome. There are multiple ways, actually, that you can skip it, but there's room for creativity there. Yeah, it's a solid level. Is it B tier? I kind of feel like I kind of feel like it is. It's fun. I look forward to Push Bar Road in World 5. There are not many World 5 stages I can say I actively look forward to, but I think this is one of them. Bouncers I also look forward to, but that's because I just find it really fun to try to optimize that movement. I don't think it does much else, admittedly. It introduces the concept of those springs. It does it pretty well. I don't have much else to say about it. It is fun to optimize the movement. There's not much room for creativity in it. I guess there is that skip where if you're on like the middle layer, you can spin dash at the ledge that's there and hop, get a bounce from that up to the goal. At least if you're playing as Baby, I don't know how many other characters can do that, but also not faster. Unless you set it up really quickly, maybe, but it's actually not really faster. um, I think it's another C tier, probably a higher C tier. Strikeout. Oh yeah, this one. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this one either. I think it's another C tier. It's another stage that you play. I'm a little bit off camera there. Whoops. Um, I move around too much for such a small camera thing. Um, you find a slope and you spin dash off of it to get to the goal. That's really all you do on this level. I can't say much else about it. Kind of, near rocket launcher, and that it just kind of exists and you play it. All right, Manhole. Everyone knows Manhole is the best stage in the game, right? It's Manhole. There's no stage better in Monkey Ball history. It's Manhole. Best stage ever made. It's actually it's so good actually that it gets a whole tier to itself. Really, it gets a whole tier. I don't know that I can change the text color. That's really funny. It really just gets a whole tier to itself. Anyway, it's so unique. They introduced this concept of pushing the disc into the hole, and they never use it again. Isn't that genius? It's truly the best stage in the game. You're forced to sit there and push that manhole for at least 18 seconds. It's incredible. It really is peak gaming. Balls on Seesaws is another one of those that's like, it's kind of fun. I wish that there was more creativity involved. It's one of those stages that I have looked for other ways to skip, something that might be faster. Excuse me. Something that might be faster, something that might be cooler. And I haven't found much. So it's rather straightforward. I think casually it's also like it's entertaining, but it's not, it's not a stage I would look forward to. It's just another one that's there. I don't think it's bad by any means. So another high C tier. Lateral Waves is at least B tier. This level's really cool. Again, creativity. So many ways you can skip this. You can play it casually. You can take it at whatever pace you want casually. It, I think, is actually a really good test of skill without being overly hard. This does a lot of things right. This actually might be A tier. The stage does a lot of things right. From both a casual and speedrun perspective. My Switch just turned off. um, Vanishing Floor. So this introduces invisible floors, which I kind of hate in Monkey Ball. I think they're kind of a cheap gimmick in Monkey Ball. Because they're a test of your memorization rather than a test of how well you can actually control the game. Which, that is a skill. Like, how well you can memorize a layout is a skill. But it just feels like cheap difficulty rather than actual difficulty, if that makes any sense. It feels more frustrating than fun almost every single time it's done, in my opinion. That said, Vanishing Floor doesn't make it overly difficult or anything. It's a good introduction of the concept. If you're going to introduce that concept, if you're going to have that concept in your game, I think Vanishing Floor is a pretty good way to introduce it. Yeah, and Deadline is in chat saying the way they're implemented here works way better than the way it was implemented in Monkey Ball 2, and I do kind of agree with that. Because they're never permanently invisible. You can always see them for a little bit briefly, which is nice. It's way better than having them be permanently invisible. But still, I don't think this is any better than C tier. I wouldn't call it particularly fun, but it's not bad either. Where do I want to put this? Put it here. That's fine. Elevator maze. Oh, elevator maze. It's D tier. I don't think it's F tier. I don't think it's quite that bad. But it's so boring. It's so boring. And this goes back to what I was talking about, where when you're having a maze in this kind of game, you want it to be somewhat skippable without being too annoying to do so. Elevator maze doesn't really have that. There is a skip. There are a couple skips you can do. One of them is just a cycle skip. It's really not that complex. The other one is very inconsistent, and you have to specifically hit the side of a wall to stop yourself from bouncing out. Maybe it's better with other characters. I'm not sure. But neither of those skips, I would say, are particularly fun. The latter one, the faster one as well, is kind of interesting. Yeah, like Deadline is saying, it just kind of puts you on rails, and you have to wait. Like, it's not fun. It's not a fun level. Maybe it is F tier. It's better than Straw, but maybe it is F tier, actually. Because the thing about a lot of the levels in D tier is that I wouldn't call any of them good, but they don't take, 20, 30, 40 seconds of your time. Spinning Switch kind of does, but at least you can skip it, and it is kind of a cool skip. Whereas Elevator Maze, there's not much you can do about it. You have to play the level for, 15, 20 seconds before you can even attempt to skip? It's just... Like, what are we doing here? Autoscroller Central. That is F tier, the more I think about it. Bouncy Ball is cool. I really like the layout of Bouncy Ball, because it lets you choose how difficult you want the level to be. You can try to do skips. Very possible to do skips. You can take it intended. You can take it at whatever, again, whatever pace you like. It's maybe a little longer than it needs to be. Probably not by a ton, and again, it is skippable, like, relatively easily, so... Is this a B tier? I don't think it's a B tier. I think it is toward the top of C tier, though. Because at the end of the day, like, it is just like a flat plane. There is skip potential, but I don't think you have room to get super creative with it. It's not a free skip though. I do like that it's not free. Like, it is, you know, an engaging skip. It's an engaging level, I would say. But it doesn't feel like it's in that B tier of stages, you know? It kind of feels like it's on that, like, it feels near floating puzzle to me. Where it's engaging and it is skippable, but it doesn't do anything particularly well that it's a stage you're looking forward to playing actively. You're never upset about playing it, but you're not actively looking forward to it. Long half pipe freaking rules. This stage is awesome. So much skip potential, so many ways to do it. Even casually, it's fun. It's hard, but not too hard. I kind of adore this level. This is definitely better than Step Down. Best level we've talked about so far. There's just, again, creativity. You can skip it or you can play it casually. It's fun either way. Casually, you know, you can take it slow if you want. You can take it fast. It's fun to take it fast, even casually. There's just easily the best stage in World 6, by far. The absolute brightest spot in a sea of garbage. Yeah, this stage rules. Definitely one of the best stages in the entire game. It's tried and true. To have, you know, a good level in a monkey ball game, you want something where you can go fast, but also retain momentum. And have some verticality. Like, fast verticality, momentum. Long half pipe does all of that. And then on top of that, it's easily skippable. Well, maybe not easily. On top of that, it leads the player to experiment with skips, I will say. Because it's not, I don't know if I would say it's easily skippable, but you can easily see how you might go about skipping it, and that's the key. That's the key with stage design here. It gets the, even if they're like not really thinking about speedrunning, it gets them thinking about how they can get the monkey down to the goal. And yet it's never, you know, cookie cutter, you jump off a ledge and that's it. It's, you have to bounce off of something, you have to land in something. It's cool. Anyway, enough talking about how good long half pipe is. And now talking about an auto-scroller. I can put aerial floor in F tier, right? Because again, auto-scroller, you're on rails basically. Actually, I don't hate the mechanic. I think it overstays its welcome quite a bit. It eats up 40 seconds of your day whenever you have to play it. IL is sick. I don't think I can give it points for that, unfortunately. Just because it has a sick IL doesn't mean it's a good level. Because there's nothing else about it that's good. I guess the fact that you can skip part of the ending is cool. I don't really care. Please stop taking for it. Not even the fact that it takes 40 seconds. 20 seconds of it is nothing. You were sitting there not moving because they didn't make it hard enough. They made the beginning of it. The obstacle is in the same spot for like the first quarter of the stage. And you just sit there waiting. You're not even playing the game. You're not, like, you are not even, like, holding a direction for any of that, really. You just sit there. It somehow manages to be worse than the levels in Monkey Ball 2 that make you hold forward before you can play them. You have to hit a switch and just sit there for 20 seconds before you get to do anything even remotely engaging. It's like, what are we doing here? It makes me sad. It might actually be worse than Straw. I found Straw more fun to play, even casually. And, you know, classic, the speedrunner hates the auto-scroller. It's not that it's an auto-scroller, it's that it's, one, way longer than it needs to be, and two, uh, is completely unengaging. Auto-scrollers can be fun. This one isn't. They're rarely fun in Monkey Ball. But, like, I think there's a way to do this. There's a way to do this concept that doesn't suck. If you just cut out the entire first half of the level. Just make it the second half of the level. That's all you have to do, and it is instantly, like, C tier, at least. Maybe even B tier, depending on, like, how the obstacles are arranged. You could arrange the obstacles or shape the obstacles in a way that, you know, a brave enough player could more easily go for some sort of skip. There are things to do on Aerial Floor. Or there are things you could do with it to make it a much, much better stage. But they drop the ball in almost every category. Jump and Build is another one of those that's there. The thing about this level is that it kind of fails at what it's trying to do. You don't have to engage with the stage. I get the concept of what it wants you to do. You don't have to do any of it. Because, like, I don't understand what the point was of this one. It's like bouncers, but somehow less engaging because you only have to bounce twice. And it's not one of those that, oh, only a speedrunner would find this, or oh, only someone, you know, dedicated enough to think about speedrunning would find this. Like, it's anybody could very easily find that skip. You just jump twice. The springs are right there for you already. You don't have to do anything. And I think just for that, it goes in D tier because it fails at being a level. I don't normally put things in D tier that aren't fun. Or what? No, I do. That's completely the opposite of what I was trying to say. I don't normally put things in D tier that are still somewhat fun. I do enjoy optimizing the movement on Jump and Build. It's not a boring stage, but for what they were trying to do with it, it doesn't accomplish any of that. And so, D tier it goes. Because it's just completely wasted potential. I don't know what to do with floating panels. I think objectively it has to go at least in D tier. But oh my god, is the IL so cool. Not just the IL, but the skip in general, you know? But it's one of those that you really can't expect anybody outside of the absolute most dedicated players to ever do it. Because it's so silly. It's so silly. I don't think I can bring myself to put it in F tier, but I can't put it higher than D. Despite the skip being cool, and despite me being maybe way better at it than I should be, it's not a good level. It's another auto-scroller. But I don't think it's as bad as any of the things in F tier. It's probably like lowest D tier though. It's not good. Symbols. Symbols is really good. Does this get A tier? This might get A tier. This stage is awesome. It's yet another one of those that, you know, you can play it at your own pace. You can play it slowly if you want. Or you can find your own way to skip it. I think there does kind of end up being an agreed upon, you know, best way to skip it, especially if you're doing RTAs, but that's just kind of what happens. I can't really knock it too hard for that. Like, there is still, you can get creative with it, and the IL is proof of that. And it just, the stage it's next to right now, Lateral Waves, I think is really similar. It's a good test of skill, while also, you know, being very skippable and leaving room for creativity. Like, it just does everything right, I think. And so it goes in A tier. I have not really been super organizing the things in A tier. lateral waves and symbols definitely go toward the top. I think spiderweb is probably better than rail slider. That's, I think, my A tier ordering for now. Okay. We're halfway through. We're done with World 5. I have been recording for over an hour. Locally recording. Jay, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. This is exactly why, was one of the reasons that I am only doing the World Tour stages, because I can talk about this game for freaking ever. And if we are gonna go through all 220 of these levels and put them in a tier list, it's gonna take me 5 hours. Hi everyone, welcome on in. If you don't know me, I'm Helix, they she pronouns, a speedrun Super Monkey Ball. I'm actually going through the first 100 stages, all the stages in the main speedrun category of the newest Monkey Ball game, Banana Rumble, and putting them in a tier list. I am exactly halfway through right now. So you came in at a good time. Yeah, the most sad PP ever. Oh, I'm sorry. I know the feeling. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm actually, I think, going to take a quick break. I have currently 1 minute. Nope. I have currently 1 hour and 16 minutes left in my subathon. The timer isn't on screen right now because I'm hopefully making this tier list thing into actual YouTube content soon. But yeah, anyway. Oh, that's right. You're also running in AGDQ. Yeah, we're both running in AGDQ. I'm going to stop my recording for now. My local recording. Yeah, we're both running the games that we were playing today in AGDQ. I also PB'd today, by the way. Astrobot rules. Yeah, I've played it. It's very good. I'm excited for that run. That'll be very cool. Oh, let's stream golf with you, Graham. I forgot about that. Am I producing that? I don't think I'm producing that. I need to check. I don't think I'm producing that. Oh, I am most likely producing that run, actually. So I will see you. I will see you backstage before that. That's cool. I'm kind of excited to see that, actually, because it's Silly Block. I'm going to be running around, probably not able to watch most of it, but you know. Well, that's cool, T-Train. Oh, okay. I need to get myself some more water. I need to use the bathroom, and then we'll tackle the rest of this tier list, and that'll probably take us close to the end of stream. I can feel my voice going. Come on, just hold out another hour and a half, voice. You can do it. All right, I'll be right back. I have returned. Is 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 30 seconds left in the subathon. Although I think that number can still go up a little bit. But regardless, I have a hard stop of an hour and a half from now, so any remaining time will roll over to February's subathon, most likely. Anyway, let's finish up this tier list. So, we were not exactly halfway through. Why was I saying we were halfway through? It was because I had just moved lateral waves that my brain thought we were on 510. No, we were not exactly halfway through. I was through 6-8. Okay. Rising Pillars is a weird one. I hated this stage. Playing casually, I don't hate it as much now. I don't think it's good. I struggle to see what the casual, like, intended method even is to beat it. It's just very weird. It's a weird stage. It almost feels like it was designed by a different team than the people that designed most of the stages in this game. It strikes me as like a step and roll stage or something. It just doesn't feel right. It's very awkward. I don't think it's terrible, but I do think it's D tier. I don't think it's good. It is skippable, thankfully. Like, I don't think the skip is particularly unique, or, well, for certain characters the skip is cool. But even then it just kind of feels like a product of, it almost feels like an accident, I guess is how I should phrase that. I don't know how to describe it. It just is wrong. I think it's another D tier. Okay, that's true, Deadline. I didn't play Step and Roll, I don't know. But it just doesn't feel right. Chakrams is fine. It's not as bad as a lot of the other stages in World 6. But I don't think I can put it above C tier. The skip is cool, but admittedly kind of small. You do spend a lot of time waiting. There is some fun movement, like it's not, it's not completely garbage. And it doesn't last too terribly long. Casually, if you have decent cycles, it only lasts like 22 seconds. It could be a lot worse than that, that's no floating panels, that's no aerial floor, that's no elevator maze, like and so I think it barely escapes D tier, but I do think it goes at like the bottom of C tier. So let's talk about World 6 as a whole, because it's a very sad case. Half of the stages in World 6 are in D or F tier. It is the only world to have more than one stage in F tier. It is the only world to have more than 2 stages in D or F tier. 3 more of those stages are in C tier. And then there's 1 in A and 1 in S. It has some awesome highlights, but most of it is just not either like average or actively bad. It's just, that world is not good. What happened there? It sucks too, because I love the aesthetic and like the background of it, but the stage design is so poor. Anyway, moving on to level 7, and I mean, if you've seen me speedrun this game, you've probably heard me talk about World 7 is where the run gets fun. The stage design after World 6, the stage design in World 7 through 10 is amazing. It's really good almost the entire way through. Starting with 2 layers. I don't know if I want to put this one in A or B. I love it as a stage. It's a really cool concept that I think is executed pretty well, but I think it is kind of easy to get stuck on the bottom layer, and then there's not a ton you can do from there. You kind of stop having fun if that happens. It's another one of the stages that I think lends itself well to skips, encourages people to think about skipping it. But at its surface, it's kind of another maze level. A pretty darn good one at that, though. I think it falls just short of being A tier, because I think it's too easy for it to become a level that isn't fun. But I think for the most part, it's actually pretty cool. And I do really like the concept. So, do I like it more than Wonder Maze? I think I do. It's such a unique level. Binary Matrix has to go in F tier because I'm non-binary and I hate binary. I'm kidding. Where do I put this? My gut, my instinct says C tier. It has the invisible platforms thing again, although I don't actually think it's done poorly. But it also, I don't know, it doesn't bring a lot to the table. It's skippable in a couple different ways. There is a little bit of room for creativity. But it doesn't, it's another one of those that I don't feel like it really stands out. Like, it's definitely not as good as anything in B tier. So, yeah, you know, C tier it goes. Swing Force. Huh. I've really never thought about how much I like Swing Force or don't like Swing Force. I think it's another one of those that's just kind of fine. Yeah, that's another C tier. I don't have that much to say about it. The skip, I don't think leaves a ton of room for creativity, but it's not a level that isn't fun either. So I guess it goes in C tier. Where do I put this in C tier? All right, whipped cream. I like this level. It manages to be like domes from Monkey Ball 2 without being overly frustrating, if you know what I'm talking about. Where you can take it fast, and it's really fun to try and do some sort of skip with. Or you can take it slow, and it's actively challenging, but not overly so. The problem with domes in Monkey Ball 2 is that it was really frustrating to take slowly. Whipped cream is not so. Whipped cream is it's a lot more agreeable, a lot easier to move around. And I think it ends up being a more fair test of skill. It is a bit longer, maybe a little longer than it needs to be, but not by a ton. I'm really glad there's a hold-up set up for it, at least as baby. That is really important, because otherwise trying to do a consistent skip would probably not happen. So we are very lucky in that regard. If it's B tier, it's bottom of B tier. But I think it might be B tier. It's just, I like it, you know? It's not the most unique concept ever, but it's not boring by any means. I wouldn't say it's overdone by any means. And it does what it wants to accomplish very well, and I think there's something to be said for that. There are a lot of stages in this game that don't stand out. Like, you know, they accomplish what they want to do, but they don't exceed expectations. Whereas I think Whipped Cream is like actively a good stage. Conveyor Factory, fun movement. the neat skip at the end, I don't think it does enough to escape C tier. It's another one of those that there's not a ton of room for creativity on it. And you just kind of end up playing it. Not, not boring to play, but not much you can do with it. Going Bridge. I haven't thought about how I feel about this level. I think I like it. It's another one of those stages that I think you see it, you see the long line of seesaws and you go, oh, how can I, go fast here? How can I make this level design work for me? And then it's actually a challenge. But not unfairly so. Playing it casually is, relatively fun, but trying to take it fast is really where it shines. It is just complex enough to where there are things you can do with it. There is creativity to be had, but it manages to not be frustrating. I don't think it's goes like super above and beyond in any way, but I do think it's worthy of B tier, I would say. Like, I like it more, I think, than the things at the top of C tier. Gotta Roll Fast is fine. It has a funny name, but it it doesn't do much more than that. That's another one where I don't think there's a ton of creativity involved. I guess that's like kind of a lot of that has become maybe my main metric is how creative can you get on the stage, and on Gotta Roll Fast you can't get super creative. Another one of those you just kind of have to play. There are ways to skip it. You can find things to do here. I think it's also worth noting that really the most useful way to beat the stage quickly is to just play it normally but fast. And it's like, okay, whatever. So that goes probably like here-ish in C tier. Or like the middle of C tier. Maybe toward the top of it-ish. Seesaw Floor is cool. I think it takes a little bit too long, especially casually, for me to want to consider it for B tier. There is a really cool skip. It's very hard, but there are a couple of cool skips on it that are very difficult. And there is some room to get creative, but I think it's one of those that they actually made it a little bit too difficult to reliably skip. Like, there is some room for creativity, but I almost feel like a vast majority of the things you want to try on the stage do not work, do not come particularly close to working. It's a stage that, at least I personally, have had a lot of ideas on. And I've tried things, and it's like, well, this doesn't actually do anything for me. It's a stage you want to play around on, but there just isn't the possibility to do so as much as I would like, if that makes sense. But it is still a fun stage. I did like it. I actually quite enjoyed this one casually. The stages in like World 7 and onwards provided a really nice level of challenge, I think. I think they're a really good difficulty for where they are in the game. Press Machine reminds me a lot of Gotta Go Fast, or Gotta Roll Fast. Decent concept, not a ton you can do with it, but not a bad stage either. Tilting Road is cool. I like this concept quite a bit, actually. Unfortunately, due to the way that stats work in this game, certain characters just kind of don't have to interact with it, like Baby, because Baby's friction value is so high, whereas other characters with lower friction values really can't fight against the slope, and so the stage becomes, more of an actual level for them. And just because of that discrepancy, because certain stages get to, or certain stages, certain characters get to almost completely ignore it. I don't know that I want to put it in B tier, as much as I do like it. There's even like a cool skip on it, but it's. I also don't think there's a ton of room for creativity. So now that I think about that, yeah, it's probably toward the top of C tier. I kind of think about like how I would. I feel like there are two distinct levels in C tier right now. Let me put Tilting Road in and then talk about this. There are the stages that are good, and then there are the stages that are fine. And I think that distinction happens pretty much exactly at 6-1 Vanishing Floor. And I feel like I need to break this into two tiers, but I just don't know what to call them. Like C plus and C minus. And like, it just feels weird. I don't want to call anything Vanishing Floor and below D tier. They're not D tier worthy. I almost feel like I need like an SS tier. Like an SSSAB, you know? Because I think in most Monkey Ball games, anything in B tier would be considered A tier. And then I guess we move things that are A tier up to S tier. And then we'd have SS. That might be what I do, honestly. Like, I think the level design in this game is pretty consistently good enough to deserve that sort of distinction. Because the way I have it right now says that I have, like, basically, I think half the stages are C tier or lower. I would not say that at all. I think half the stages in this game are B tier. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and try to do that, I think. So let me... This is gonna take me a minute. Let me add in this new tier. Add a row above. I'm gonna have to change the colors of some things here. We'll deal with that. I think we have like an A plus tier. Are these S tier? I don't think most of these are S tier stages, but I think they're like an A plus tier. We call this A tier, and then this is our new B tier. So we move everything up here. Yeah, that feels a little more fair. There's even some stuff in the C tier that I think, maybe that's a B tier worthy level. But, yeah, you know. I do think I didn't give Pyramid Maze enough credit, though. Yeah, this, I think, looks a lot better here. I'm a lot happier about the layout of this. It more accurately reflects my opinions, for sure. I need to change the colors of some of these. So you can go to, like, pink, because I like pink. I did not mean to do that. This becomes purple. This becomes blue. Actually, it might be more fun to make this like an aqua color and then make this blue. Yeah, then S tier goes back to being purple. That, I think, looks better. Okay. Cool. All right. But back to it. Finished up World 7, moving on to World 8. I think Stepping Stones is another one of those. There actually is a lot of room for creativity here, but it's also, it kind of has the same problem that Seesaw Floor has, where there's almost isn't enough room to do things here. But I think there is more so. I think this definitely goes in B tier. Like, it's a fun stage. There's a lot you can do with it. Top of B tier. I don't think it's A tier worthy, but I do think it's a pretty solid level. Yeah. Holy Road is fine. Is this C or B? I'm really not sure. I feel like it's almost too samey throughout. Like, there are a couple different ways you can skip it. Again, there's room for creativity. And if you just want to play it casually, it can be fun to go fast on. But it doesn't really do anything crazy. Like, it doesn't super stand out. It's fun to bounce around on. I think for this concept, they did it pretty well. I think a lot of stage designers for marble rollers would make this concept, and they wouldn't put the slopes in. They would leave it one flat plane. So by putting the downward and the upward slope in, I think they saved the stage, and I think that is what ultimately makes it B tier worthy. I'm thinking about it, and it's like I do like it a little bit more than Swing Force, you know? Seesaw Jump I love. This is at least A+ tier. Don't know if there's enough creativity involved that I can call it S tier, but it's a very good stage. Just the fact that they use seesaws. How am I trying to explain this? The thing they do with seesaws here, how they use seesaws, is not a use for seesaws as I have ever seen in any other marble roller. Yeah, Deadline is saying it's one of the best stages from a foundational standpoint, and I would definitely agree with that. It's just a very unique and creative use of seesaws, which I honestly wouldn't like have ever expected this from a vanilla monkey ball game. It's really cool. For that reason alone, it might be S tier. It's one of those stages where maybe, there's not a ton of room for creativity, but it just does what it does so well that I think it's actually worth an S tier. Even though it might not be more fun than some of the stuff in A tier, I think as a level, it's better. And it's just an absolute masterclass in level design, in my opinion. They did so many things right with it. And there is still room to skip it. There are still things you can do on it. Half-pipe cross is another one of these that is just this level rules. It's so fun. And again, there are things you can do with it. There's creativity to be had here. And it's another one of those, like, this has to go in A+ tier. It's just so fun to play. And, it's not overly long. It's a cool concept. The spin dash plays super nicely with it. A lot of these stages would not be nearly as good if not for the spin dash. I will say that. Like, half-pipe cross actually would probably still be pretty fun. But the spin dash makes it even better. And I think seesaw jump also is like a prime example of that. Long half-pipe as well. Like, the spin dash adds another layer of depth without going too far outside of the boundaries that make Monkey Ball what it is. It's such a good mechanic for this game, and it lends itself super well to a lot of these stages. Arch Bridges I want to put in A tier. I don't know if I like it enough to put it in A+. It is kind of annoying in points. That might just be me being salty because it's mean to me in speedruns. But dang, is the stage good. Um, it's challenging, but not super challenging. You know, very skippable. It definitely makes you think about ways you can skip it. It's another one of those that it's like, these are definitely set up in such a way that if you angle your spin dash right, you can absolutely bounce off of one of these and go into the goal. And then that gets you thinking, how can I do that sooner in the level? How can I make that happen sooner? And you're led toward thinking about how you can make the ball bounce in these certain ways off of these slopes and off of these curves to get it to go in the goal. And it's a lot of fun to think about. It's fun to skip. It's fun to play casually. Um, so just a really solid stage. Dividing road is cool. I think it involves a little bit too much waiting. Um, but it's challenging. It's a good level of challenging. Not too hard, but engaging throughout, I think. And again, I think maybe there's a little bit too much waiting. Um, but it's not it's really not to the degree that we've seen in stages from like World 6, for example. Um, I do think it's B tier. I like it. And again, it's another one of those that admittedly, because of the spin dash, at least partially, is very skippable, which is cool. It's not a stage you look at and think, oh, I have to sit here the whole time. It's a stage that I think you can look at and go, oh, I feel like I can jump over part of that, which is nice. That said, I don't think it's going to be very high in B tier, because admittedly, if you're playing casually, you do just sit there quite a bit. So, you know, tier maker, thank you. Tilt switch is another cool one. I actually think tilt switch hard in the extras is better, but I do like this stage. I think it's a bit too easy for what it is, and I think they could have done a lot more with the concept, and that's why I like the harder version of it better. But still, like, it's fun. It's a fun level. And so it goes in B tier. Switch Switch search is a weird one because the skip makes it a vastly different stage. Um, it's another one of those that it's like you're left thinking, how can I skip this? Um, but I think it's actually like it's one of those where the skip actually is a bit too drastic, and the stage kind of fails at what it sets out to do. It's also like I don't think it's that remarkable of a skip. You get a clip off of something and you jump over and go to the goal. Like it's not. I feel like there's not as much depth to it as there is to a lot of other stages in this game, at least with regard to the skip. And then the act of actually playing it casually, I just don't think is that engaging, that entertaining. So I don't really want to put it in D tier, but it's certainly no higher than C. So many seesaws is a weird one. I keep finding myself wishing I could do more with this level, similar to Seesaw Floor. It's a fun stage, but I think that it needed some tweaks. I wish it was more engaging than it is, you know? Again, not a bad stage by any means. Um, I don't know if I would put it in B or C tier. I find it really satisfying to play, but I think that objectively is just kind of. I think there are stages in its own world that use seesaws way better. Seesaw jump is a far better use of seesaws than so many seesaws. And honestly, even just having the stage in that close proximity makes me wish it was a lot more than it is. So not a bad stage at all, but it's hard to say it's a B tier quality in my opinion. I feel like Scattered Floor is another one of those. Um, that said, I don't know what else they could have done with this concept. It's just a very simple concept that I don't think left a ton to be expanded upon. You play it and you hope for good bounces, you know? Like, there's actually not as much here. The concept doesn't leave as much. What am I trying to say? You can see the effects of the 11, 12-hour stream that I've done, you know? Um, there's not as much you can do with the concept of Scattered Floor as you can do with a lot of the other concepts in this game. Again, it's not a bad level. But I don't... Do I want to give it B tier? I don't think so. I think it's a C tier worthy level. I think maybe So Many Seesaws is B tier. I'm thinking about it like I put Dividing Road and Swing Force there. It's a fun stage. I enjoy playing it quite a bit. So I think it is just barely squeaks into B tier. That is all of World 8. All right, just 2 more to go. What do I put? Where do I put Rolling Care? This is a weird stage. I like the concept. The goal, I think, is placed in a really cool spot for the stage, and that's where a lot of the creativity comes from. I have to be honest though, I have to deduct just a couple points for the starting cycle being so awkward. They made the starting cycle very strange, and I wish they hadn't done that. I wish they had made it make more sense. You're pretty much forced to wait unless you are playing a character that has good acceleration or a very quick and powerful spin dash. So, is this B or C? Yeah, I think it's B. I think it's another case like So Many Seesaws. Well, no, not for the same reasons, but I think it's another one of those where it's like I do enjoy it as a stage. And I think it manages to be unique enough that it can go in B tier. Square panels annoys me. I don't like this stage very much. It's fine. There are a couple different ways you can skip it, which is cool, but I don't think that it's a stage with moving blocks, and that's kind of all it is. And especially for this late in the game, I would really like to see something more than that. Honestly, for that reason, I kind of want to throw it in D tier. I don't think it's that good. If you've ever played the stage casually, it's complete snooze fest. It takes so long. So that's the other reason it goes in D tier, because actually playing this the intended way, not fun. It is very bare bones, and for World 9, I think you need to show more than that, you know? Sundial is interesting. This is a very interesting stage. I don't think I've ever actually played it the intended way. It's almost like reverse launchers. And it's weird, and I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. I don't know how to feel about it. It gets a pretty high uniqueness score because it is just reverse launchers basically. It it does what launchers wanted to do way better than launchers actually did it. I will say that much. I still don't think it's perfect. I'm far from it. Um, but it's far from bad. That's true. Yeah, the stats make it a little bit awkward because character stats greatly affect dash panels on slopes like that, especially on like curved slopes like that. Um, So different characters will interact with this stage vastly differently. And I feel like that makes it kind of awkward. Like, I think a lot of the characters actually get flung way too high in the air. Because, like, take a character like Palette, or Yan Yan, or Sonic, or, someone with low friction. They will get absolutely launched by those dash panels to the point where, like, the stage probably becomes very, very difficult. I don't know. I haven't really played it with one of them. Um, I'm used to playing it as Baby, and even with Baby, I have to make sure I am not using a full strength spin dash because it will give me far too much speed and I'll get launched too high. Um, yeah. Thank you for mentioning that deadline, because I don't think I would have considered how broken the stage kind of is with other characters. And I think for that reason it has to be C tier. Because if you are playing anyone with a high friction stat, it becomes extremely difficult to control. Which is the whole reason launchers is kind of a failure, because it's really hard to control. And so tragically, this stage falls into a similar trap in a different way, albeit. But yeah, if you're playing as Baby or someone, then it's a lot better. It's just weird. Broken Square is interesting. Another one of those that I don't feel like there's a lot of creativity to it. The skip is very obvious. You roll forward, you time a spin dash, and you hope you get lucky. Playing it casually is kind of fun. It's a little bit cycle based, but I do like. You can make it not cycle based, a little, kind of, just by staying on the top layer. I do like how challenging it is, but ultimately it doesn't do a ton. I don't think. It's one of those where it's not a stage I am actively enjoying when I'm playing it. With like, outside of when I'm hitting some sort of sick save because the skip went poorly, I'm not actively enjoying this level. And so I think it's another C tier. Switch Adventure. Maybe the worst stage in World 7 through 10, honestly. It's just, I talk so much about creativity, and the stage has none of that. It really doesn't have any of that. It's like a Monkey Ball Adventure level, but like not one of the good ones. Like, you're forced to go forward, go right, hit the switch. Backtrack, hit a different switch. Backtrack again, wait for a bit, hit another switch at the right time. And then roll forward for another, 10 seconds before you get to go on the goal. And it's like, it just, like I'm watching a cutscene. Is it F tier? Is it that bad? It's close to that bad. There's just nothing engaging about it. And it takes over 30 seconds. Even if you're really trying to push it. Like, there is the full skip, but it's, come on, you're not really considering that. Like, if the full skips can't save Aerial Floor, it certainly can't save Switch Adventure. So I think, unfortunately, it is F tier. I do find a little bit of an enjoyment in trying to optimize it as much as possible, because it doesn't matter how quickly you hit the switches, and so your movement at least does matter. Whereas on a stage like Aerial Floor or Elevator Maze, it really doesn't matter how quickly you play that stage. You're stuck there regardless. At least with Switch Adventure, there is something you can do, even if it's not particularly engaging. But I still think it's F tier. Realistically, like, with that in mind, floating panels probably should also be F tier. But I'm biased because I have poured so much time into that stage that I have come to enjoy it. Just because of the skip. Entirely because of the skip. But still. Oh, Mirage would be so cool if they made the skip impossible or difficult in some other way. The problem, Mirage is almost such a cool level, but the skip is too easy. It's rare that that happens in this game, I think. But this level falls into the pit of, why would I interact with any of this when I can jump directly to the goal in 3 seconds? They should have made that skip impossible, because then you would be forced to get really creative, I think. And it would be really fun. Fortunately, you can't do that. I still think it's a sick level. I still think the design is really cool. And it's not actively bad, really, in any way. The most it is a little bit disappointing, only because they made a skip too easy. Like, it's never boring. It's never a level you dislike playing, necessarily. And so I still want to put it in B tier. There's a cool level here. And it's accessible. It's not like you're forced into playing a boring level. But you just have to choose to play the cool level instead of doing the skip. It's really unique. Oh, Spiral Zone is weird. I used to not like it because I thought that the cycles were a little awkward. But now that I'm thinking about it, like, it was actually rather difficult. The cycles were, like, now that I'm thinking about my casual playthrough, they didn't take too long. You had to be actively quick in order to even make them. I think it was a really cool test of skill. I think it was a somewhat unique concept for a stage. And then there's the skip. The cycle skips actually are awesome. It's another one of the stages that I do think is saved a little bit by the spin dash. But the way that you can retain momentum throughout the stage to make the cycle skips possible is awesome. There's not, a ton of room for creativity here. And I think if you're not doing the skip, it is maybe a little bit longer than it needs to be. But I don't want to put it in C tier. I do think it gets the honor of B tier. It's a fun stage with some flaws, but I do think it's a fun stage. Bar graph is weird. They do this setup a couple times in this game where you have to roll forward, enter this like weird elevator thing, and then ride the elevator up, and then you get to play the level. And I don't know why they're doing this. It doesn't add anything to the stage, I don't think. It reminds me of, Monkey Ball 2 starting platforms again, where you have to do this obligatory thing before you can actually play the stage. And I don't get it. The elevator does add a little bit of depth because you get a little bit of a bounce from it, so it pops you up. I don't really think that actually adds anything to the level. Like, there are other ways to make that happen if you wanted to do that. Skipping the elevator in the IL is funny. It does make for a really cool and funny IL. But it's just, why is it there to begin with? I don't get it. It doesn't really add anything to the level. And I think it just kind of makes the rest of it a little more awkward because you're never really in a consistent spot. Maybe that's the point. I don't think you should be actively making your level more awkward to play. So, C tier, I think. It's not bad enough for D. But it's an awkward stage. Switching panels, I think, is really cool. I like it more when you intentionally avoid hitting the switches, admittedly. But that's kind of the thing, is you can kind of make it as difficult as you want for yourself. You can take it really safe and you can barely have time, or you can rush through it. There's even just the skip directly to the goal, which maybe they shouldn't have allowed to exist, but it's cool. I will admit, it's pretty cool that you can do that. It's just fun. I think it's just a fun stage. I like moving around on it. Like, I was playing it casually earlier today because I was practicing it for No Miss Challenge. And I was like, this is just a fun level to play. I enjoy the movement here. Like, it's not. I don't think it's A tier, but I do think it's B tier. It's a solid stage that's fun to play. I don't know where I want to put it in B tier. Probably toward the middle. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. Oh, Angel Ladder rules. This is at least A tier. Is this S tier? I do think. I do think it is a bit awkward at points. Like, I don't know how to super explain this, but it is very easy to get an awkward bounce and completely destroy all of your momentum. Um, and that sort of breaks your immersion a little bit. You're like, oh, I got popped up in the air and now I have to somehow land and then get my speed going again, and that can be kind of hard to do on the stage. Um, which admittedly, that is part of where the difficulty comes from, and I can respect it from that point of view. But I think it falls just short of being absolute peak. It's still really good though. It's still really fun. Um, it still does a lot of things very well. Like, I actively look forward to playing it every time, every single run. I am looking forward to playing Angel Ladder. Okay. World 10. One of the best World 10s in any Monkey Ball, in my opinion. Geometric pattern. It's like a better Holy Road because there's so much more you can do with it. You can just throw yourself at it and try to skip the whole thing if you want, and it is relatively easy to do so. But if you want to play it safe, if you're trying to play it casually, there's so many different paths you can go. And it ends up being a maze without the annoyance of a maze, because if you wait 3 seconds, then you have another possibility presented to you. And I like it for that reason. Like, I think it kind of falls into the same trap that Mirage falls into, where it's a little bit too easy to skip. But I also think in this case that's kind of okay. I, is it A tier? I like it a lot. Like, I'm thinking about like Swing Bridge, and it's like it probably about the same. I do like it more than things in B tier. And again, this is my opinion, so yeah, I'll put it in A tier. Why not? Um, Cosmic Clouds also goes in A tier. This level rules. I don't. It's one of those. It almost reminds me of a Stardust level, where you get a bunch of speed and you make a massive jump. It's awesome. Um, the scale of this level is really cool, and there's kind of a lot you can do with it. It's another one of those where like the skip you end up doing, at least the skip that Baby does, is maybe a little bit too obvious and a little bit too easy. It is incredibly satisfying to hit though. I also love the placement of the goal on this level. I think it's a unique spot to place the goal, and I think it makes it that much better. Sliding Sticks is the best auto scroller level in the game. It's cycle based, but the cycles line up in such a way that actually hitting them to get the best possible finish is somewhat challenging and engaging. And there are ways you can skip it because of the spin dash. None of them are easy. There are things you can do there. I think the ending is a bit slow. You do end up waiting a little bit. And I think there is maybe more they could have done with the concept, because it is still, it's just a flat plane with a bunch of platforms just sliding around. I don't know. But I don't know, it just kind of feels like if like square panels or something like that, if a stage like that was good, you know? It's a lot more engaging than a lot of stages of that genre. I don't think it's quite A tier, but I do think it's B tier. Wind and Sun is interesting. I don't know how I feel about the stage. I think the platforms line up kind of awkwardly, and I think the thing in the sun in the middle, literally shooting projectiles at you, is absolute BS. I don't think it should be doing that. Um, it's one of those like weird obstacles that it's reminiscent of like Banana Blitz. It's one of those like weird things that it feels like Banana Blitz would do to you. Why is the sun in the center of the stage shooting things at you? Come on, Monkey Ball's hard enough. Um, I don't think it's actively a bad level though. I I do feel like there should be more to it. It's like, again, it's another flat plane, and I think there might be stages that just kind of also do its job a little bit better. But I don't actively dislike it. Is it C tier? Is it B tier? That's the real question. I think it might be just at like the very top of C tier. I just the only reason it stands out to me at all is because of the speedrun strat that I found that actually kind of takes advantage of the awkward positioning of some of the platforms. um, oh, also the cycle at the start is terrible. Yeah, that's enough to make it to confirm that I think it's C tier. The cycle at the start is atrocious, and they should have made that better. It's one of my biggest pet peeves is if your cycle is bad at the start of the level. I don't think there's any excuse for it. Your player should not have to wait 5 seconds before the level becomes playable. What are you doing? Anyway. Actually, I think with that level, it's often more than 5 seconds. It's a really awkward cycle. Oh, Tornado Ring. Tornado Ring. Probably the hardest stage in the base 100, at least casually. What do I do with you, Tornado Ring? The speedrun strat rules with Baby. The speedrun strat with a high friction character is even cooler, where you just launch all the way above it and land on top of it. That is awesome. Um, I think casually, it's a relatively unique level. I think I almost feel like it would have been better if it was stationary, though. The fact that it's kind of oscillating up and down makes it really weird at points. Um, and I think ultimately that holds it back a little bit because, especially if you're playing as a character with low friction, you're just kind of stuck there waiting if you're playing it casually, and it's a bit annoying. And it's like I almost want to put it in A tier, but I don't think it's quite there. Ultimately, um, but it is. I think it is a solid B tier. It's a cool level. I do like it. Snake Whip is neat. It's, it's like Blurbridge if Blurbridge was cooler. I don't have much else to say about it. Like, it doesn't really stand out to me for any particular reason. There's not a lot of room for creativity on it. You can get, like, a cool IL, but, yeah. So I think it's, yet another B tier. Broken Cylinder, I think, is cool. Um, I hope I'm, like, not out of place for putting it in A tier. I think it's one of those stages that lends itself very well and very easily to skips. um, while making itself still quite challenging. Like, in order to skip this stage, you have to be really precise. It's very, very doable, but you have to be precise. And then, the full skip, though. The fact that the full skip even works is so cool. And it's still really precise. There's nothing free about it. And I think even if you play that stage entirely intentionally, or without skips, it's still engaging. It's still fun. There's no point where you're stuck there waiting for anything. You are not on, a single elevation for longer than like a couple of seconds, like maybe like 30 seconds depending on how fast you're moving. And I think it's also just a really good level of challenging. I think it's just a well-designed stage. It it reminds me of Monkey Ball 1 level design, just with like a little bit of a twist. I think it's really cool. Wipeout, this level absolutely rules. It's I almost feel like there's maybe a little bit too much going on at times. And I feel like it falls into the trap where maybe there's not quite as much as room for creativity as one would initially expect when going into the stage, but it's still really cool. I love the concept. I love that they left it mostly open-ended. They did do things to try to prevent some skips, like some of the more obvious skips. Some of which I agree with, some of which I don't. Just it's a really cool level. And again, it's a manages to be like a really good difficulty, I think. Gravity Field, it's another one of those that I think I would like a lot more, but the skip is far too easy. It's like it's a lot like Mirage, where I like the concept. There's definitely a fun level underneath the surface here. It is far, far too easy to skip it. And so I think for that reason it kind of has to go next to Mirage. It's I did try playing it without the skip, as I did with Mirage. I think when I first played this game, and it was fun. I did enjoy it. I have never done so since because the skip is far too easy. Um, Now on to 10-10 Kirby Coaster. This is a weird level. I don't know how I feel about it. I really don't know how I feel. The skip is neat. The level is a bit awkwardly laid out. There's I remember there being a point where it's not really obvious where you should be going, but it is cool to like sort of retain momentum throughout the level, where possible. It's a weird one. It is fun to play. Like I do think it gets B tier. So I'd put it. Where would I put it in B tier? It's so hard for me to like accurately judge the stage. I do think it is quite engaging, so I think I'll put it above. Oh, what do I do with it? I'll put it next to Snake Whip. It is very engaging, if just like a little bit awkward at times. And it's another one of those where like I wish there was more room for creativity. Really, the only skip you would ever do on the stage is at the start. So it looks like a stage that should have a lot more possibilities than that, and it just kind of doesn't. Which is a little bit disappointing to me. So after like 2 hours of talking and yapping, there's my tier list of all of the 100 stages in World Tour in Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. 3 stages in S tier, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, exactly 10 in A plus tier, that's fun. Good handful in A tier, quite a few in B tier, another handful in C tier. I think that's 9 in D tier, and then 4 in F tier. And I think this like very accurately illustrates how good I think the stage design is in this game. There's a really nice level of like consistency with all the stuff in B tier, and then there are a very healthy level of actively very fun stages, I think, that are in A tier or above. And there are less than 15 stages total in D or F tier, which is very good. Stages in C tier are like inoffensive. They're not like actively fun most of the time, but they're not bad by any means. I don't dislike playing them ever, really. At most, or at worst, they're like mildly boring for a few seconds and then they're done. You know? Or they're like a little awkward to play sometimes. It's fine. And of course, then there's Manhole in Manhole tier. Oh, okay. That was exhausting. I'm very tired after that. Part of it is the fact that I've been streaming for 12 hours. I have a really awkward amount of time left. I have 13 minutes left. I don't know what to do with these 13 minutes. It's a very weird amount of time. It's like not enough time to start anything, you know? I don't know what to do. I'm hungry. I really need to get some food once we're done here. I just hang out and chat for the remaining 13 minutes. When is the next time I'm streaming? I might be live tomorrow. I'm going to a family thing, but I'm gonna be home by the evening. I'm not doing anything else. I genuinely might just stream. We'll see how I'm feeling. We'll see, like, maybe I have friends that are available, but I might end up streaming. Thursday, I'm running an errand. Ooh, I need to play Rivals 2 because I'm running that for Hotfix on Friday. Definitely, I need to play that soon. That might be a stream Friday afternoon or like Thursday. Maybe that's my Christmas stream. I don't know. I need to play that though. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it or not, but I absolutely have to work on that soon. And then, so that takes us to, that's the 27th. The 28th, I think I have a meeting. The 29th, I'm mostly open. I do work that night. The 30th, I work that afternoon. 31st is New Year's Eve, so I'm hanging out with friends that night, most likely. 1st is New Year's Day. The 2nd, I'm open, I think. And then the 3rd, I leave for GDQ. So I don't have that many free days left to stream now that I think about it, so... Oh, I really need to fit in a couple more good streams, though. Some good pushes for world record in this game. Like, let me look at this calendar. Tomorrow's Christmas. 26th, I have an obligation. 27th, I'm doing something. 28th, I'm doing something. 29th and 30th, I work. 31st, I'm hanging out with friends. 1st is New Year's Day. The 2nd, is like my last free day, and I need to spend some of that packing. I really don't have any other entirely free days until I leave. Oh, that's rough. I mean, my work is only 3 hours at a time, so like that's none of that is difficult. Doesn't take up too much. Dang, yeah, I kinda busy. Kinda busy. I need to schedule some time to do commentary practice with Moo and Swimfly, and maybe I'll stream that, maybe I won't. I'll think about it. I'm getting a headache. This is This is how I know 12 hours is like my limit here, is I am actively getting a headache. Um, like I really need to be done streaming soon, I can tell. I see people do, you know, 24-hour streams and like multi-day subathons, and it's like, how do you ever have the energy for that? I'm probably gonna be exhausted tomorrow. Hopefully not overly so. Um, I will probably be tired. I don't know how people have the energy to stream that much. There's a reason these subathons are like, I don't want to say a rare thing, but there's a reason I don't do multiple days in a row. There's a reason I don't do one of these like every week, you know? There's a reason it's like kind of bi-monthly right now. I don't have the energy, and I don't really have the time either to do this kind of thing regularly. But I do want to keep it at least semi-regularly, because it is fun. And admittedly, I'm not going to lie to you, that money is very helpful for me. I'm like, is it the main reason I do these? No. I do these because like it is a reason. But I do these because, you know, I enjoy hanging out with the community. I trying to stream more. It's also just it's nice to block out a whole day for this. To commit to streaming 12 hours and being like, okay, I have this whole day to do whatever I want on stream. I ended up getting so much stuff done. I PB'd twice. I tried No Miss Challenge. I played the whole season of Battle Mode. I did the Sporkle thing. I made my tier list. Like, I got so much done. You know how long I have been trying to make this tier list for? Like, months. Multiple months. Like, at least 3. I have wanted to make this tier list for a long time, and I finally got around to it. Because I gave myself 12 hours to just sit down and stream. Also, like, especially when I have an event like this coming up, like GDQ, I feel obligated that whenever I'm streaming, I need to be doing attempts for practice. With a subathon, I feel that a little bit less because I dedicated the first 4.5 hours of the stream to doing World Tour attempts, as I should have because I PB'd twice, and then I still had a whole 8 hours left after that, a whole 7 hours to do whatever the heck I wanted. It's nice. It's really cool. Also, just it's a way I can like interact with people more. And it's a thing for me to do. And as someone who, admittedly, does not get out of her apartment as much as she probably should, this is a nice way to spend my time sometimes. Um, and also, with the time of year it is currently, it's a little bit hard to get out of my apartment. It's not like I can go longboarding in the snow, so it's also just nice to do this sort of stuff on like a holiday. Um, what else would I be doing? I would be sitting here bored. Most of my friends are, not going to be available. Most places are closed or close early. I'm not doing anything. So I might as well commit to streaming the whole day. And then it works really nicely, because then all of you who want to watch Twitch but your favorite streamers aren't live, because they have obligations, you just come watch me. And on that note, if you have enjoyed the stream, please make sure you are following. I would appreciate it. I'd love to see you back here again. If you like Monkey Ball speedruns, obviously that's, most of my content. I do speedrun other games sometimes. Like I was talking about speedrunning Rivals of Aether 2, running the arcade mode. I've run like Tony Hawk games on occasion, Undertale Deltarune on occasion. What else? What else have I run? Bummer Cyberpunk. There it is. That's a good one. So I do run other games occasionally. Yeah. Also, just enjoy interacting with chat. So having people to talk to is cool. There's something else I was gonna say, and I've lost it. My brain is so fried after streaming for 12 hours. I don't feel as tired as I normally do after these. normally, like, at this point in the stream, I'm really starting to crash. I'm not feeling that, which is nice. I do have a headache. I do want to thank all of you who supported. Moo, some weird Jack Splat, Soy Milk, and Desert, you all gifted at least one sub, so thank you. I really appreciate that. Sudachi resubbed earlier, Socks, H Caution, Casnovia. Thank you all for subscribing. Much appreciated. I think that's all that happened today. I think it was just a whole bunch of subs. Of course, there was the anonymous gift sub bomb too of 50 freaking subs with an extra 21 from Twitch. Like, that was absurd. That was ridiculous. They timed it on Manhole too. It was so perfect. Yeah. 4 minutes left. What do I do for 4 minutes? I sit here and talk more for 4 minutes? I find someone to raid during these 4 minutes. That's what I do. Who's online? I had to do like a triple take. I saw Peas. I saw his face. I was like, oh, Peas is live. And I looked down and I saw it was the GDQ channel. I was like, oh yeah. And I saw it was they're doing a replay. So that already happened. Peas' run for hotfix already happened. And they're just doing the replay now. I actually don't think there's anyone I want to raid currently. So maybe we will not be raiding anybody. My recommended, there's nothing good in my recommended right now. Can you like suggest smaller streamers for me, please? Twitch? I don't want to watch Mango play Marvel Rivals. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that, Twitch. Who do you think I am? You know, nothing against people who watch that stream. If that's the content you're into, go for it. It's just not for me. Yeah, I don't know. I got 2.5 minutes left. Not rating anybody. I should plug my socials and whatnot, so if you're not following me in any of those places, please do so if you want to. Highly recommend following me on Blue Sky if you have not yet. I'm really not on Twitter much at all anymore, so if you're following me there and you're not following me on Blue Sky, you should follow me on Blue Sky. You're not going to get much from me on Twitter anymore. If you want to join my Discord server, I ping when I go live. Rarely I'll do some sort of poll to determine like what I stream or when I have a subathon like this, so to speak. So to speak. That's not the phrase I wanted to use there. Whatever. I'm tired. Your girl is sleepy. Yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out. Again, this was fun. Going into these subathons, I'm always like a little bit concerned. I'm like, oh, I have just set aside my entire day to do this one thing. And I never regret it afterwards. Like, I'm always happy about it. I do. If there is one thing I wish I had a little bit more time to myself tonight, because I do have to get to bed. I really should be like in bed trying to sleep by 3 so then I can get 7 hours of sleep because I gotta wake up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. But yeah. Happy holidays to any of you celebrating anything. If you're not celebrating anything, that's fine. Hope you have a good rest of your year. I keep thinking, oh, let's go find someone to raid, or let's go send off a raid, and I'm not raiding anybody because there's nobody I want to raid because somewhat expectedly there are not many people streaming at, you know, nearly 2 a.m. Eastern time on Christmas morning. Anyway, yeah, I hope you all have a great night, or a good day. Stay time where you are. Have a good Christmas. Have a good December 25th if you do not celebrate. Go get some rest, like I'm gonna go do. Meds reminder for any of you who need that. It's a reminder to myself. I need to take my meds. Yeah, make sure to drink water. I need to have more water. Mhm. I'm gonna chill the hell out for a while and then hopefully have a good night's sleep. I will see you all soon. I'm not sure exactly when. As I just outlined, I have a lot going on suddenly until I leave for GDQ, but that's why you should be following the channel. Have a good night, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. This was fun.